All right, guys. Check this out. Oh, wow. 24 people left already to the other one. I was going to throw the link in there. We're shaking off people. Wow, look at that. How many we got here? 11. I only got 11. Welcome back. Yeah. Turnings by Turner got here first. I got to turn off these notifications. Man, I lost everybody. Lost everybody. Hold on a second. Woo! All right, fellas. Try this again. Did I lose everybody? Shook everybody down, didn't I? I got to shut down that other one. All right, everybody. I am going over to there's another chat on the deal. Go head on over to the freaking other channel. All right, here we go. How we doing? Okay, unfrozen. All right, I got the link sent out. We switched over to StreamYard. Restarted the stream. We got Mr. Subaru on the stream. All right, so we got Mr. Subaru. Now we got to get Chris. Oh, shoot. I got to get my speaker set up here. Good Lord. I can't hear nothing. Completely unprepared. Completely.
Man, SK got me all bent out of shape this week. Remember, I ordered the X-frames last week. Can you hear me?
All right. Now I can probably hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Man, we lost everybody. I dumped everybody, the entire stream. We was up to 80 people. Now we're down to 24.
Coming through. There's still comments coming through in the chat section.
Yeah, the comments are coming. Oh, wow. We lost a bunch.
Yeah. Bumble's looking forward to the X-frame review. You just said that. Yeah, I got my SAE set.
Got 2 live streams going at once. Who does that?
Yeah, they sent my SAE set, and I called about the metric set, and they said, oh, it's back ordered like 2 weeks. I was like, what the crap? The website said both were in stock when I ordered them.
Things going here. Let's get fired up.
Get fired up.
Yeah. I got this whole... I got 9,000 messages while I was trying to switch everything over.
Yeah, I messaged you on TikTok, Instagram about my TikTok. Everybody's getting butthurt about my last one about Snap-on warranty and how it actually is written.
Oh, really?
I literally made a TikTok talking about what Snap-on's warranty code actually says, and they all got super butthurt and attacked me, trolled me, because I told them that the lifetime warranty is only for the original purchaser, and the fact that I bought all these tools at the estate sale meant they weren't warranted. And I said I had no problem with them not being warranted.
Oh, really?
That's not true. That's not how that works. I'm like, It's absolutely how it works. Go to snapon.com. Just Google Snap-on full
Okay, generic
warranty
user, I keep
policy.
seeing this comment. I've got to answer it. Snap-on's lifetime warranty is not a blanket lifetime warranty, no questions asked, like everyone has come to assume for some reason. I was a dealer. I read the actual warranty code for Snap-on. You can look it up online. Snap-on's lifetime warranty is only valid for the original purchaser of the tool new from Snap-on or a Snap-on distributor. Secondhand tools
I think Max
have
says
no
the same
warranty.
thing.
Rust,
Max is
covered.
right.
These sockets here.
Rust is not. I know Rust isn't covered.
Right.
I know Rust isn't. Oh, look at this. We got Chris.
Oh man.
He's almost in. This is epic, guys. This is epic. This is epic. First time live. Chris Koss.
I know, right? This is groundbreaking stuff.
Yeah, this is. Getting to talk to Chris and listening to, like, I've just been infatuated with Taiwanese stuff lately, and like Japan, and man, I'll tell you what, I want to go to Japan worse than ever now. Like, after, when you look at the stuff over there, man, there's just such a clean culture, and just so much, you know what it is? They're just taking a lot of old American standards and enforced them into their own culture. You know that?
I've heard that you can literally leave your wallet, iPhone, car keys on like an outside table outside a restaurant. Walk off and leave it for an hour. Come back, it'll still be there. Like, that is not even like a thing there. I mean, there are criminals, but it's nowhere near the level that you'd expect for the society. Most people don't lock their bikes up. They don't lock their cars. They don't lock their homes. I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff that you'd never do here in the U.S.
Man, I don't know why I can't get him on here. I don't know if he's trying to figure out how to block.
All he's got to do is put no camera and just hit mic before he joins.
Yeah, no camera and hit mic. Yeah.
Right. You can turn your camera off.
Yeah, just put stop cam and then just hit your mic. You're trying to get on, Chris, and you can hear us. Snap-on is warranty and stuff I got from my dad. Yeah, it's kind of one of those deals where it's really dealer-based.
It's at the dealer's discretion. But as far as Snap-on Incorporated is concerned, if you read the actual letter of their warranty, which is like 5-6 pages of fine print, legal print, it's only for the original purchaser or someone that purchased directly from a Snap-on authorized dealer. And they don't warranty for rust. They don't warranty abuse. They don't warranty you cutting a wrench, bending a wrench, heating a wrench. They don't warranty you using a screwdriver as a pry bar. Like, that's how the warranty is written. If you look at Matco, Stahlvilla, Hutzet, any of them, all of their lifetime warranties are the same. The whole everything is lifetime warranty, no questions asked. BS started with Craftsman, and then everyone mentioned Craftsman in the thing. Oh, that's how Craftsman is. I said, everyone seems to not understand why Craftsman went bankrupt. Right. And everyone doesn't seem to understand why Snap-on's price increases 4 to 5% annually. Snap-on every year told us that the price increase was 100% due to warranty fraud. Warranting stuff that, wasn't covered drives the price up, because that stuff is not cheap to just give away. Harbor Freight does. Everyone's like, Harbor Freight does. I said, Harbor Freight stuff costs them literally pennies.
That's why they do it.
They can warrant. It don't matter how many times they warranty something. It literally costs them pennies from China where they buy.
But the thing is Harbor Freight. That's the thing, though. Harbor Freight doesn't warranty stuff that well. They have 90-day warranties on stuff. Keep in mind. That's how they cheat the system.
They changed their warranty policy too because it was going to bankrupt them.
Yep.
They learned from
it's like this is like tools are like going to Vegas. Okay, at the end of the day, they are not going to do anything. I think we got them.
Oh, snap!
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Oh man, this is awesome. This is epic.
Bit of a learning curve to get this going.
I am so happy to be able to finally actually talk to you instead of have to message or whatnot.
Right.
Great to have you guys.
Yeah. So what should we, have you, so we were talking about Taiwan. So you were going to go and you haven't been to Taiwan. How many times have you been to Japan?
Oh, well, I'm born and raised there, so I was there for 14 years. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's but I've been in Canada since '96, so I've been here for over 20 years.
Wow.
And I've been to Japan a number of times over the years.
Wow, that's awesome. That's crazy. I didn't know you. Why did I not know you were born in Japan? Did you ever say that on your video?
Didn't I tell you? See? I thought I told you.
No, I don't think I ever knew that. Honestly, that's even better. Like I didn't realize that. That's awesome.
How'd you think he was so good at reading and speaking Japanese?
I just thought he studied it and he knew it. Like people that don't ask me, they ask me how I'm good at understanding some of the languages that I do. Well, I learn and study them. You know, I mean, I obviously I'm not Spanish and I can speak some Spanish. You know, like I'm wearing bib overalls and I start talking like a Mexican, they're gonna say, "Hey, how'd you learn Spanish?"
Spanish is easy. Japanese. Oof, I did some Japanese learning apps and that was difficult. But you know, I took 4 years of Spanish and I worked with Hispanic people, you know, native Spanish speakers for years at my first job, so it was pretty easy to pick up and get pretty, you know, useful in.
Yeah, I guess I never knew. I didn't know you were Japanese. I've never seen your face on videos, which is completely fine. I don't care. But I guess maybe I hadn't listened enough. I knew you knew a lot about Japanese culture. I assumed that you were just well diverse. So I apologize for not really picking up on that. But I don't assume anything, Chris. You know, like I just, you know, if I don't know, I don't assume. I just kind of just go with what I know. So, anyways.
You've been wondering about a face reveal. Actually, if you on some of my videos, I do reveal my face. I'll just give that out to you guys.
Okay, I didn't.
Wasn't like one of the videos where you in one of the small tool shops in Japan? Wasn't there like a reflection? I think in some of the glass cases. Or did you literally turn it towards the camera?
No, there actually is a photo of me on one of the videos. Yeah. Yeah. I'll let you guys search for it.
Oh, cool. You know what? It adds to the element of surprise. I like it for the mystery of your videos, and it definitely makes it more interesting, which is cool by me. I'm all for it. You know what I mean? Like, quite frankly, with YouTube, anyways, I think being faceless on YouTube is probably the best thing because it just, you know, there's a lot of weird people out here. To be honest with you.
As well, though. Find me.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But I definitely your knowledge of Japanese tools and culture has definitely got me. It has me more intrigued, and you've influenced me to want to learn more. And so I started studying Taiwanese culture, and that's when the bubble tea started up. And so actually, the guy that I buy my bubble tea from, so he's from China, and he's a big fan of Japanese and Taiwanese culture, and he moved away from China because he didn't like being in China, obviously. And me and him sit down and talk all the time, and he's like teaching me a little bit of Mandarin now. So, you know, it's like I go have my bubble tea and Japanese sandwiches with him every day. And here's this Iowa guy in bib overalls learning Mandarin.
Slurping on a bubble tea.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, like people would. I'm the most unassuming, I guess, person about that, but that's how I am. You know, I would go to Japan just like this too. I would not change anything about who I am. This is who I am. You know, but I love the culture. I love seeing it. I was so impressed with Taiwanese stuff and Japan stuff. Like I was just blown away. Like I wish America would take. And I feel maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like after studying about some of the people that were from Japan or that are in Japan with manufacturing, they came from the United States and kind of they took a little bit of American manufacturing and kind of incorporated it into their quality and made it better, so to speak, from the 40s and 50s, 30s. You know,
I'd say, yeah, the Japanese did take on quite a few things from American manufacturing. Definitely, yeah. I don't doubt that one
better.
bit.
Yeah, they improved on them a lot.
They did improve on it. Yep.
A lot of it was the post-war boom. I heard that there was part of the treaty signed or whatever, the end of war for World War II, that the Japanese couldn't manufacture aircraft, I think it was. And so basically all the guys that were going up to be aircraft engineers and, higher level stuff went to work for like Sony and all of these electronic corporations and stuff. And that's why their electronics and cars and stuff started blowing us out of the water in the 70s and 80s, because, they couldn't do all the higher level engineering type jobs because of what they signed on off after World War II.
Pull stroke instead of push stroke. Yeah, I did see that on one of Chris's videos. Japanese woodworking. Somebody had a question. I think this is for Mr. Subaru.
It was a $6,000 for a triple bank Master Series Supersonic blue black trim and rhino liner top drawer, worth it. What are we talking about? Like a 1030. Got my brain's going fart. KRL 1023 10. God, all my Master Series part numbers are going up my head.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Japanese tools now, so it's kind of a curveball we threw in there.
Is it a KRL or a KTL? Adam, 6 is kind of high for a triple bank master. Well, no, they're like 10 or 11K retail. So depending on what trade in and easy rebates.
Oh no,
where'd Chris go?
I think he left.
Talked about Snap-on too much. He was like, "The heck with this."
Yeah, he came on for Japan tools, and
I know we screwed that all up.
Yeah, we got to stick to that. We got Chris on. We're gonna have to, guys. I apologize, but we're gonna have to, because Chris is on. I want to focus on Japanese stuff right now, so please try to stick with me on that. I know if you don't like it, but we're gonna try to stick on with this culture. I want to really get down to some stuff and ask him questions. We're gonna get into the Tone, Cabo, Occupant. I know you're gonna like it. Yeah, Occupant's like, no, he had his ears glued to it. I know he did. Occupant's, he's deep into this too. Guys, once we get this Chris back on, I want you guys to really open your ears up, and we're trying to get Chris going here, but I want you to really open your ears up and listen to some of the things that Chris has talked about Taiwan versus China. And we're going to try to get into that stuff because I think we need to be a little bit more diverse in what we talk about when we say we don't like, this and that. Japanese and Taiwan are not fans of China, and China. There we go. No, I still don't have him. I can't get him in here. I can see his name pop up, but hopefully we didn't lose him for good.
I wonder if he was on his phone or if he was on the computer. I meant to ask him that, but
it's cool. Yeah. He's from Japan and he lives in Canada. I really think that's awesome. French, Canadian, Japanese, talking to Americans. Man, you talk about a guy that gets around. See ya, Antonio. Got to go on a service call. Thank you, brother. Be safe. Okay, you three are directly responsible for
the coconut grip.
Coconut grips. I love them. They're awesome. Yes, they are. They are way better. Oh, here we go. We got them back.
Yeah, okay. Taiwan. Okay. We need to talk about Infar Industries, High Five, Top Tool, Cabo.
Yes.
We need to talk about the truth behind all these Milwaukee, Carlisle, Icon, all of these tools that are generically made from the same place, and they just pay for their name and their packaging stamped on it.
Right.
So many people don't realize that all of your tools that you buy overseas that are made in Taiwan basically come out of 5 different factories. They're nothing special, nothing great. They're literally generic things. You go through a catalog and pick what you want, what style you want, and say, put my name on it.
Right.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like a lot of these companies would go to, I guess, Tool Fit. They have a bunch of these depending on what part of the world you might be in. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so in the United States, there would be SEMA or the Apex show.
Yep.
So that's like for, among other things, there's Tool tool stuff. Likewise, there's going to be those in China, Taiwan, Japan, even in Germany. So there's going to be tool manufacturers. There's going to be ones from China. There's going to be ones from Taiwan, USA, Germany. All those countries, the big players, are going to go to these trade shows and they're going to showcase what they have to offer, basically, to the world. And there's going to be buyers. I'm not going to name any, but
No,
there's going to be
fine.
American ones that fly over to these trade shows, and they're going to browse around, and they're going to find some, Taiwanese, Chinese, and they're going to pick and choose what they want, and there's probably going to be like a minimum order that's required, like a set of like 500 ratcheting wrenches, and they may want their brand name to be laser etched, or even if they want to spend more money, it could be even stamped. Yeah, roll stamped or laser etched. Yeah. So, yeah.
It's like building a toolbox, basically. Only you're building a tool. So if I wanted to go over there and I want a flex head 3/8" ratchet, I pick the handle type.
Yeah.
I pick the bar stock, the head type, the gear ratcheting mechanism, maybe. I suppose when you pick the head type, you're probably bound to whatever gear mechanism is in it. And then then they start going by the lettering and the naming on the back, so on and so forth, right?
Right.
Now, typically, so there's five major manufacturers in Taiwan. Is that what you said? Infar, Cabo, Tone, or not Tone? Is Tone a manufacturer in Taiwan?
No.
So we got High Five, Cabo, Infar,
Top Tool,
Top Tool,
and what's the other one?
There's actually quite a few.
Right,
oh, really?
like the most prevalent.
Like the main players you just mentioned.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
there
four
definitely
main.
are quite a
Okay.
few more.
Yeah.
And it also depends on basically the level, right? You got the higher tier stuff, like you guys just mentioned, like Infar, Cabo, High Five. But for the lower tier stuff, that cater towards places like what was it?
ATD.
Yeah, there's like the online brands, Amazon brands, but also like Duralast or Napa. There's going to be lower tier Taiwanese manufacturers that cater towards that as well. So, yeah, what you guys like to talk about is the top tier stuff, but there's definitely mid to lower tier stuff as well. Yeah, so there's lots of Taiwanese manufacturers. Lots.
Yeah, so like your Icon stuff are the Icons the higher tier, and then the Pittsburgh stuff would be the lower tier stuff that they build there.
Well, Pittsburgh is China.
Oh, Pittsburgh's all mostly China.
Yeah.
Is Pittsburgh all China?
As far as I know, everything that's Pittsburgh and Quinn and all that stuff that's at Harbor Freight, I'm pretty sure all that's China. I think the only thing that they really had that was Taiwan was the Icon stuff. Even the Icon toolboxes are China made. They're not Taiwan.
Nope, I know the Icon toolboxes are China because we definitely went over that. So
the hilarious thing in all of this is, I know you've seen it. It's been all over TikTok. It's not as prevalent on YouTube, but everyone talking about Milwaukee's Max Bite wrenches and how they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. And Milwaukee's got this special patent on the anti-slip end, and Snap-on wishes they could copy the design, and Mac wishes they could copy the design, and all this other stuff. When you, I, and Chris all know that if you go to Infar Industries website, you can literally pick out the generic blank, pick what style handle you want, and they all have that same V-notch open end with the anti-slip teeth, and it's identical, whether it be Milwaukee, Icon, or Carlisle. And I think there's another one that sells that exact same, from the exact same manufacturer. Channel
Lock was another.
Yeah, channel lock. That was
Yeah.
it. Channel lock.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hilarious that these people. I don't know where the hell these rumors start. That they're like, oh, Milwaukee's got some special patent on this design, and it's better than anything else on the market. It's like literally, this is just a generic tool. It's literally a generic tool ordered from a catalog by Milwaukee.
So I got a question for you, Chris. How do you go about choosing your tool selection? Obviously, you like the Japanese is your number one choice, and which is really great. You support your own country that way, and it definitely shows your pride and whatnot. And I obviously, I mean, it shines. When every video I watch of yours, I just am like glued to the video, like my eyeballs are, stuck to the screen. But what's your process for when you pick a tool? Like, do you do the research on the tool first, like much of us do, where we look into seeing where it's coming from and check the quality and kind of see who's manufacturing and try to see how far you can cut the middleman out? Is that kind of what you do to get to where?
Yeah, cut the middleman out. I like how you put that. Yeah, that's a good question. Definitely, I've gone through like a multiple phase of like a lot of people are, when they start out looking at tools, you pick a brand and you look through the stuff and you're kind of like enamored. You're like, oh yes, whatever brand it might be, but then you start to get more involved with tools, you get more interested, you start to learn other brands, and then you start to look at them, so on and so forth, till you get to the point where you start seeing similarities in in the tool itself. It's like, wait a second, I thought I saw that from X brand.
Right. Yep. Right. And then you feel like you got tooken a little bit when you find out there is a little too close to similarities. And you get a little bit of anger in you, not much, not like you're mad, but you're
not mad, but like curiosity, and it's intrigued. I'm intrigued by it. It's like, okay, so these two companies are selling the exact same thing. That makes me wonder who is making it for them. So the search starts, it's like being Sherlock Holmes. I want to figure out who's making these tools for these companies. But also,
you're in a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, deep rabbit hole.
Real quick side note: we got someone said, "I wish I could buy all the Nipro stuff." Chris, what is I think you own more Nipro stuff than any of us. What is your honest opinion of it? Because I got the 3/8 ratchet, I got the 1/4" ratchet. I tried to use them. I honestly just don't like the feel of it. It's kind of stiff. I've had it lock up a couple times, and then on the other hand, it's so pretty I don't want to scratch it up. So I've kind of just taken it back out of my box, put it back in its shipping container, little black box ratchets come in. Like, it'll be one of my collectible tools now. I just honestly didn't like the feel of it using it, and I didn't have any of the sockets, but I did have the ratchet spinner, and I wasn't a fan of the little rubber rings on them either. I'd rather it be knurled in the metal. I wouldn't. That'd be weird on the sockets, I think. But what all Nipro stuff do you have? Because you got quite a bit, I know, at least compared to the two of us.
Yeah, I've got most of their socketry stuff, like sockets, extensions, ratchets, the basic stuff, even some wrenches. I don't have any T-handles. I don't have their fancy adjustable wrench. But yeah, I got a good healthy amount of their 1/4", 3/8", and 1/2" drive sockets, and ratchets to go along with it. I've been using them for some of my oldest stuff is like a little over 10 years. Yeah, I think I like them. I think their sockets, especially in 3/8 drive, the fit and finish is great. I've broken, I think, 2 sockets during its use lifetime. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with them. I know that a lot of other people think that they're like jewelry, and it should be like set in a showcase and not be used. But hey, I have no qualms in using them whatsoever. Yeah.
Now those lacquer handle 1/4" ratchets, yeah, those, yeah.
Those are some serious
the leather finish ones. And
Those are
Yeah.
collector's items. They're $500 or whatever, $500 or $600 US. Forget about it.
So, in the urushi lacquer, those can
Right.
be I think a few $1,000s worth. Yeah, those are handmade. You know, they're like you place an order. I think it takes like a few months before you get your ratchet. Yeah, so they're made by craftsmen in Kyoto. Yeah, handmade. Yeah, bespoke stuff.
Now, that was one thing I think you did. Didn't you do a KTC video, wrench video specifically, or was it just KTC recently?
Yeah, the recent video was just on all the KTC branded stuff that I have.
All
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
I really like, I think I actually prefer just looking at it. I haven't used either, but I'm really interested in the KTC wrenches. They look, them and Super Tool. I don't know. Is Super Tool actually Japanese or is it a Taiwanese sold as
That-
Japanese?
Super Tool is a Japanese company.
Okay.
They make some socketry items among other things dealing with construction trades. But I have noticed over the last decade or so that they do import from Taiwan.
Right.
So buyer beware. Some of the things are going to be imported stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
But overall, I'm not really too keen or interested in Super Tool.
Gotcha. SK11, that's another Taiwanese, right? Or are they Japanese that mainly manufacture from Taiwan?
SK11
Yeah, I see
is
a
a
lot of
Japanese
that.
company. Yeah, it
Okay.
is a Japanese company, but it's also pick and choose. You're going to find stuff that is imported from Taiwan or China, depending on what the product is. Yep.
Okay.
Japanese and Taiwan, they get along pretty well. It's pretty safe to say, right?
Yeah, safe to say, I think.
Well, I mean, it seems like the Taiwan people. Well, from what I was researching a little bit, it seems like Taiwan manufacturing and Japanese they kind of go back and forth, like sharing and whatnot, getting along well and working together and whatnot. So it seems like Taiwan tries to mimic a lot of Japanese culture in some aspects. From what I can tell, I don't know. Is that accurate or am I just
Are we talking tools or the
well,
culture?
yeah, tools and then their culture. Yes, I meant like it seems like from what I was researching when I was looking at some. Obviously, there's some not manufacturing in Taiwan that's not good, but like the big industry, big one, Infar and all those top tool, those manufacturers and the way that their factories are kind of set up are a lot like Japanese, very clean, very no, my
Um,
I don't
I,
know.
I
That's why I'm asking you.
yeah, I haven't really seen pictures or videos of Taiwanese manufacturers like from the big names that we've been talking about, but browsing through a number of websites of Taiwanese manufacturers, you do get to see a glimpse of what their factory looks like, and comparing that to what I have seen of Japanese manufacturers. I would say that the Japanese manufacturers factories are of more cleanly nature.
Okay.
Yeah. I personally have gone to KTC's factory, and I have gone through a tour of their manufacturing facility. So I got to see the forging hammers. I got to see all the machining stages. They wouldn't let me go through their plating facility though.
Probably because of the chemicals and whatnot, though.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Some of you guys have seen the Koken factory tour video.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, yeah. I
That
think
was amazing.
Koken is like sets the bar really high in terms of cleanliness in a tool manufacturing site.
You know what? we're gonna jump on to Koken for a little bit since we brought that up because I'm
got a quick
infatuated with them.
comparison. I've got a quick CP. You've seen Cornwell's manufacturing, right?
Yep, it's dirty.
Compared to Snap-on's manufacturing, right?
Yeah, Snap-on would be what I
Snap-on would be
from what I've seen.
Japan,
I would say
and
Snap-on would be Taiwan compared to what Koken is.
I was
Snap-on
going to
would
say
be closer.
Cornwell would be Taiwan, based on because I'd look too to see if I could find video or pictures, and it's very sparse. You don't see the inside of. They don't publicly have that out there on the web.
I seen one video that I looked at that showed some Taiwanese manufacturing. It didn't look as good as Koken, but it definitely looked better than Cornwell. And it looked a lot like a Snap-on. I figured, like, I've seen the inside of a Snap-on manufacturing. Like, I've seen the toolbox plant up in Algona.
Right.
And that's not as impressive as the wrench manufacturing and whatnot. You know, like, it depends on what plant you're going into for Snap-on, too.
Right.
I think you're going to find difference. Like, you go to Elizabeth, Tennessee, I don't know what it's like there.
It's a lot older. I think that facility was built back in the 70s, 80s. So it's not as Algona's not that bad. Like City of Industry and San Jose, those are some of the newest facilities.
Right.
But I mean they're
electronic.
Right.
City of Industry is so it's cleanly.
Right. It's different than like Eltmont or Murphy or Murphy's been revitalized not too long ago. But anyway.
And see, Mac's the same way. Like Mac's, I've been to some of the Stanley Mac facilities or whatnot where they build down by you. You should go to that DeWalt facility where they do the Mac impacts. It's clean as hell in there too.
The one in Chevrolet where the screwdrivers are made?
Yeah. No, the one where the DeWalt impacts and Mac impacts are made.
That's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, you should.
That's like 45 minutes north of me.
Right. You should go to that sometime. It's as clean. It's as clean. Not as Koken clean, but it's pretty clean. Anyways, let's get back to Japanese stuff. We're talking about America.
Real quick, when someone asked the best place to buy Japanese tools in North America. Amazon Japan's good. If you can translate the site, if you can wait, as long as stuff's in stock. I've mainly got stuff from Amazon Japan in 2 to 3 days normally when it ships out. Like it'll literally ship out of Japan and be in my hands in South Carolina in 2 days, 2 to 3 days. I've had to wait up to a week for stuff to ship out before, but normally as long as it's showing in stock on Amazon Japan, you can get it within as quickly as if you ordered it from the US. What?
I was gonna ask Chris where he gets stuff from. You go Amazon Japan?
I haven't ordered from Amazon period in quite some time. I haven't.
Really?
I think you guys were, maybe it was you, Chad. You were talking about not really wanting to support Amazon. I'm in the same camp, and I haven't ordered from Amazon in a while.
Woo! Yeah, I'm definitely not. I'm not about supporting, because my biggest reason is because I see Amazon killing good businesses. That's my biggest problem. Is they are killing American. They're killing American businesses. They're killing Canadian businesses. They're killing businesses all over the world. I mean, they're destroying companies. They're destroying, and it's bad. And it's bad because they're going to corner the market, and people don't see that because they're doing convenience. But they literally are going to corner the market. Jeff Bezos is going to have us all bent over. And you know what? If you look at Amazon, they're shoddy. They change prices. They literally are. They'll pull a dog and pony show on you. You'll order something. They try to get you on that one-click buy deal, and you'll be buying stuff, and they'll increase the price 10 cents every time you order.
I got screwed on that just the other day on a set of Vessel screwdrivers. I ordered. It was the 5-piece ratcheting ball set and the EVA foam. It was $99. I bought it. It came to me, and it was actually the $79 set that didn't have the ratcheting ball heads on all the shanks. So I called Amazon. They're like, "Oh, well, that wasn't from us. That was from an outside seller. We have to contact them." So now they're talking about, "Oh, we won't do exchanges. We've got to send you a shipping label, and you can send it back, but you're gonna have to rebuy the product." So I go back to Amazon to look at that same 5-piece ratcheting ball grip Vessel screwdriver set and EVA foam, and it's now $129 when it was $99 before when I ordered it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
So they got me for an
games
extra
they'll
$30
play.
to get what I ordered the first time. But anyway, Larry said mentioned about Coke USA. So yeah, if you want to buy Coke tools, Coke USA, Palmec.net to buy them. Tone, there is a North American IDACA USA or something, or I know it's IDACA.
IDACA USA.
Yeah. I haven't. They contacted me and quoted me some stuff, but I never ordered for them, so I don't know. I didn't order for them because it was cheaper and faster for me to get it from Amazon Japan straight from Japan than to go through them, so I didn't order through them. But as far as I know, North America for Koken and Pone, that's basically it. I don't. You can order directly from KTC on the Nepros website, correct? I think.
Right. For years, I've been recommending what is it, Nepros.net. That is the premier site for Nepros tools for overseas buyers, not just North America, but all around the world. You're dealing directly with KTC company, so that is the safe bet. But other than that, as far as Japanese tools go, for probably 8, 9, 10 years or so, frankstools.com, that has been go-to for a number of people. But just a buyer beware. If you do browse through frankstools.com and you see something, just inquire, give Frank an email, let him know if he has that item in stock, because if he doesn't have it in stock, chances are you're going to be waiting for a number of weeks. So just wanted to let that out there.
Isn't there another one? Toolpan.com, I think, is another one.
Oh, Toolpan, yeah.
Have you dealt with them, Chris? I never have.
No, I never have.
Okay.
Myself. Yeah.
I think Jim Chase, who's CEO of Cooking USA, I think he said they deal with Toolpan and Frank's, and I think he mentioned one more, and I can't remember who that was now. But for Coke and Palmex, the straight site from them for North American market. But other than that, so is there really any outlet directly from KTC for KTC product, or is it only the Nepros?
Recently on Instagram, I've noticed that there was an account. I can't recall if I recall correctly. I think it's something like DPRD is the Instagram account. They deal with I think it was like some European brands as well, but they recently started to feature KTC and Nepros. Gotcha. But maybe I can find the actual Instagram account for if any of you guys are interested.
I got a message from Tatsu Hiroma from KTC. You ever heard of that guy?
Yeah, I was about to say KTC's Instagram. They've been reaching out to more U.S. like YouTubers and stuff about tools. I noticed that in the last little bit. I think you know who kind of sparked that off.
Yeah, Tatsu Hiroma, T&M Division Global Sales Department for KTC. He contacted me
cool.
about some tools. We haven't settled on a deal yet because I'm, not willing to just. I don't want to get. I don't want to. I'm not trying to sell out my channel. I guess is basically, like he kind of made light that he wanted me to do certain things, and I was like, yeah, I'm not cool with that. Like I said, I'll do I'll do something. If you guys don't like it, then that's fine, and we'll call it a day. But and I said, here's the deal. How about I just buy stuff from you, and you give me credit back if you like what I did. That way, there's no hard feelings. And then we kind of talked about doing like a 50% deal where I buy things at 50%, and they just give me a forever discount code. That was the other thing that we kind of talked about but I don't know. Maybe I was too difficult, and they don't want to deal with me now because I think they more or less wanted me to give me the tools and me to say all this great stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to script anything like that. I'm just going to.
So many tool companies want you to blow sunshine and rainbows off your butt.
It doesn't do anybody any good. Us mechanics at the end of the day, or anybody DIY or whatnot. This is my personal feelings. Is it doesn't do anybody good. Anybody good. You are helping the manufacturer because you got free tools, and you're going to say that on your channel. Then all you're doing is you're helping the company, and you're not helping the consumer, and that means you're really not helping yourself.
Which tool company? I think we can agree on this without saying much. The tool company you think that has had the most epic of fails when it comes to social media marketing. You already know who I think it is. I just sent it to you the other day. Like literally, they have wasted probably 80. Well, let's see.
SK.
At list, they probably wasted about $100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% SK.
I would say SK is struggling bad right now.
I literally got on LinkedIn the other day and tracked down their head of marketing and their CEO and emailed them personally just a lamb-blast about how stupid their marketing department is and how they need to fire them all because that was the stupidest damn thing I've seen. Like literally, like why? Why would you send $100,000 worth of SK tools, professional SK tools that are priced with Snap-on, Mac, and all the rest, to car enthusiast YouTubers whose fans, their demographic, is buying Harbor Freight tools and piddling with their cars on the weekends and stancing their cars? They're not the people that are going to buy SK tools. That was the stupidest marketing decision I've ever seen. They literally could have found. They could have gone to South Main Auto. They could have gone to any of these larger automotive YouTubers and just sent them a set of
stuff
wrenches or like a set of sockets. They didn't have to send 3 master freaking sets that are $50,000 to these freaking hard part stance kids on YouTube.
They sent a center wrenches to South Main Auto,
right?
And I believe because Eric was honest about him, he said he kept breaking them. That SK decided they weren't going to do that again.
Well, I'll be honest with you right now. I got my SAE SK X frames the other day. I've found several defects in them. 2 wrenches aren't even stamped straight. Like the build quality already has not impressed me, and I ain't even used them yet.
And there's a lot of people that say a lot of good things about them, but honestly, I've never been. I'm pretty weary about getting anything if I see too many red flags, and I've seen a lot of red flags on the SKs. And Eric O's, when he said that he was breaking them all the time, said he liked them. They were great. They had really fine tooth, but he said they kept breaking. And that right there was like, to me, I was like, oh, well, I mean, if that guy's breaking them and he's just using 10 millimeters, like if you're breaking 10 millimeters that much, then I'm out.
I saw another YouTube video. And I don't remember who it was on the SKX frames because I was looking into them before I bought them. The only reason I bought them was because they were on sale and I had a 25% off promo code. And as cheap as I got them, I was like, all right, I can justify trying them out for this amount of money. But they used to be like $500 for them, right? That was like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Their prices. Their prices are worse than Snap-on on a ton of stuff, like list price. I know they do a lot of promos and stuff, but like their pricing is ridiculous on a lot of stuff. That's not steals and deals and things like that.
No, I definitely have noticed that they are way high, and if you don't catch them on deals, they're not like they used to be. When I bought my tools, when I started, I bought all my SK tools, and I paid $2,000 for a full set of 1/2 inch, 3/8, 1/4 inch ratchets, extensions, breaker bar, hammers, pry bars, screwdrivers. Let's see. I bought files. I mean, I bought basically a beginning tool set, mini starting tool set. Was $2,000 out the door, cash. Right. And that was 1/3 of the price of Snap-on, Mac, or anybody.
And so they had the best deal. From this could be $30,000.
That set now would be close to $12,000.
Yeah, the smaller set,
yeah. It wasn't a huge set, but I mean, it was just, and it wasn't deep. Actually, it wasn't deep 1/2 inch. I don't think I didn't have deep 1/2 inch chrome. Only deep and shallow 1/4 and 3/8 shallow 1/2 inch drive.
So, I was talking to somebody today at the estate sale about that because the guy had like 5 sets of SK, brand spanking new, never used. The socket's never been on the ratchet. Socket's never touched a nut. We were talking about that, how, Snap-on, Matco are like the three big U.S. tools companies. And then below that, you've got Cornwell, SK, and Wright/Williams/Proto kind of grouped all together.
Well, Proto and Mac are pretty much the same when it comes to
Right, but Williams and Proto kind of fall in the industrial side, and SK and Cornwell are kind of like the old school mechanics preferred tools. Like the guys that didn't do Snap-on and Mac, it was SK and Cornwell. It seems like they pick two and they stay with it. Like you're either a Snap-on Mac guy or you're a Cornwell SK guy.
Yep.
But anyway, Chris.
Yeah.
Back to Japan. We were going to shift gears to Koken, and I kind of derailed us talking about the factories, and then we went off on a tangent.
That's all good.
Yeah, Koken, the factory.
So, Chris, you're the reason I spent so many thousands of dollars with Koken.
I'm going to ask you a quick one to get you juiced up on Koken here. 36 versus a 72 tooth. Do you have a 72 tooth yet, Chris?
Honestly, I don't have a 72 tooth yet. But
Chris, I'll print that for you.
Sorry?
I wasn't even thinking.
I will be getting one though. Sometime
send
soon.
me your address, Chris, your shipping address on Instagram when we get off here. I'll get you a 72 tooth.
I want to see. I honestly can't imagine. I can't imagine really needing a 72 tooth just because I like the 36 tooth on this one. Is it 36? The 30,
yeah, 36.
Yeah.
36. I can't imagine. I like the 36 so well that I don't even. I mean, my 90 tooth Mac. I don't even care. I don't even care. And I actually checked the swing on this 36 tooth or 36 tooth. So I thought it was actually interesting. I was checking the degree of swing on this. This has got about 7 degree swing. I don't even really notice it though. I've never had any. I've been trying to put it in tight spots and see where it messes with me. Do you ever have any issues where you get into a tight spot with your 36 tooth Koken ratchets that you say, "Oh man, I wish I had a finer tooth ratchet"?
Certainly, yeah, I have. But
you have?
Yeah.
And it's 10 degrees on the 36 CP.
Is it 10 degree?
360 degrees divided by 36 is 10. The new 72 tooth, 365 divided by 72 is 5 degrees. So they've half the swing arc with the 72 tooth mechanism.
Okay. Well, it's pretty much the same. Like you get 4 degree on a 90 degree on a 90 tooth, and then you get, like it's apples. It's like stupid. I think 1 degree. I don't think it's. Yeah.
It becomes negligible once you get past 72 tooth. Like, what's the point on like 144?
Yeah.
I will say this: I've been using the Koken 72 for 3 weeks now, and trust me, you like the 36 tooth, you're going to love the 72 tooth because everything the 36 tooth does, the 72 tooth does better. The back drag is even lighter. I mean, the tooth count is higher, of course, and you just get that extra room you needed for swing arc. I mean, 5 degrees or less is basically all you can really hope for. But the difference between 10 and 5 is quite a bit.
Right.
So basically, I can put a 72 tooth head kit in my 36 tooth ratchets.
Officially from Koken, no. It will void your warranty. I'm not telling you it will fit, but it will fit. Although Koken engineers say that the tolerances are different and it won't fit and it will void your warranty. But when the rebuild kits are like $10 or less, I'll buy another rebuild kit. I'm not worried about sending them for warranty.
Well, actually, the ratchets are dirt cheap. What's a 72? This ratchet's like what? Maybe $80 from Koken.
I think the 72 tooth stuff is basically the same price as the 32. I don't think the price actually. I haven't really priced it, but all the prices are on Palmec. I just haven't looked, but I don't think they went up. If they did, it was very minimal.
The 280s.
Right, I think I can concur. Yeah, not a big difference. Yeah, very small difference.
But the price for these Japanese tools for what you're getting is probably the best bang on the market, hands down.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I mean,
I think so.
I mean, these ratchets are absolutely phenomenally priced. I'm going to look this one up real quick just to verify.
Like German tools are good too, but there's a difference. German tools and Japanese tools. Chris, you can probably enlighten us on this. Are Japanese tools even cheaper to buy in Japan than they are us buying in North America? Like relatively
Sorry.
speaking, for conversion.
Cheaper to buy Japanese tools in Japan compared to buying American tools in
Japanese
Japan?
tools in North America.
Oh, yeah, it's cheaper to buy it in Japan for sure. Yeah.
Right, but a technician buying Koken, KTC, Nepros, all that in Japan is not spending the money that Joe Blow is spending on the Snap-on or Mack truck.
Right.
Even adjusting for cost of living in each country and the conversion of the currency is still far more affordable, because I've seen the price of Snap-on in Japan. Holy hell.
Oh,
They
yeah.
sell Snap-on in tool stores, like retail stores. Like you can walk into factory gear.
Factory gear. Yeah.
It's like a chain retail tool store. And then what's the other? There's like two big ones, right? And then there's a lot of the mom and pop shops.
Yeah, there's World Import Tools is another one, but Factory Gear has multiple chain stores within Japan. Yeah,
Right.
And you can walk into a store and buy Snap-on tools among all other different types of brands. Yep.
It's
And
crazy. I've
it's
seen
crazy
the tool.
high. Yeah.
Yeah, it's even adjusted. It's higher than buying it here, but of course, they've got to manufacture it here and then ship it to Japan. So,
Right.
but still, it is a premium. But still, and all the Japanese auto repair YouTubers I watch, like what's the one I sent you the other day? It's something garage.
Tomioka Garage.
Yes, I love that guy's videos. He's got quite a few Snap-on ratchets, so he spends Snap-on money in Japan to have Snap-on tools. Like,
right.
A lot of his stuff is KTC. I haven't really seen much Koken stuff. Some of the stuff is not, but I always take notice of people's tools and what they use when they're doing auto repair videos, just because I'm that kind of person.
Of course.
But,
yeah, like you're like this. What you got? Pause.
One of his favorite ratchets is the FHN F100, which is one of my favorite Snap-on ratchets too. I think I screwed up the part number there. I'm missing some stuff, but it's the 100 tooth round head, soft grip 3/8 Snap-on ratchet. He uses that one a ton. And then he's got like an FL80 and a few other things. But like I said, most of the circuitry items, most of his wrenches are KTC as far as I have noticed. KTC is of Japanese tool brands in Japan. Where would Koken, Tone, KTC? That's pretty much the top three, or not really?
Yeah, I would say those are the top three. Yeah.
So KTC and Tone, of course, trump out Koken because they have full product line.
Right.
That's something I've noticed more so as well. Japanese tool manufacturers seem to pick a specific tool and perfect that tool.
Yep.
Like Matco, Snap-on, all the types, they try to have everything. They want a full product line. But Koken is basically socketry items and ratchets. Vessel is screwdrivers. KTC and Tone.
When you look at Mac and Snap-on and Cornwell, though, the difference is they're a tool company versus Koken's a manufacturer, which I know Snap-on's a manufacturer, but they also they sell tools retail, whereas Koken doesn't really have a retail front like Snap-on does. They don't have a really.
Koken does sell in like Factory Gear and all these other stores, tool
stores.
But
they're selling to direct to. So like Matco buys like from people like Koken. They buy from manufacturers. So that's like maybe like your factory tool. So
Matco does not sell direct. They only sell through their dealer vendors. They do not sell direct to the public.
Right. That's the difference between. I noticed with Koken is that Koken's just 100% a manufacturer, and they don't want to deal with the sales side of stuff, which is why KTC, I'm assuming they deal with sales through their KTC, Nepros. So Nepros probably has its own factory, Chris. Yeah. So KTC is the sales side, and I'm guessing Nepros is the manufacturing side.
No. KTC is the manufacturer that manufactures
Okay.
for both KTC stuff and Nepro stuff.
Okay.
Same factory. Yep.
So they're just a bigger company that they have a sales department and marketing department and all that.
Right. Much bigger company compared to Koken, because KTC is like they cater towards various trades, but primarily focused on the automotive trade. But
Right.
they do plumbing and they also have their online tool store as well.
Right.
Now, is KTC and Tone publicly traded? I don't know exactly how corporations in Japan work in that sense. Are they privately owned, or do you happen to even know that offhand?
I think KTC and Tone are both publicly traded companies.
I figured
Don't quote me on that, but yeah, judging by their company name. Yeah.
That always, we were talking about this earlier too, talking about Cornwell versus Snap-on. Snap-on Incorporated has been publicly traded for decades, and Snap-on is a huge company. Cornwell is still family owned, right, CP?
Yep.
See, Koken is still a small family owned company competing against KTC and Tone, which are publicly traded enterprises. There's always that to think about in any tool manufacturer, tool company. The ones that are publicly traded, they grow exponentially because they have all of the money from shareholders and investors compared to the privately owned corporations. But the privately owned ones have full control over what they do. They just don't have the same capital to invest in advancements and engineering and constant evolution.
That's why they control their quality though better.
Right.
That's why they end up having better quality over the years and consistency, is because they control it and they are not being pushed by their shareholders to do something.
Right. Or to deliver paid dividends every quarter, like Snap-on has always touted about. Every time you call Snap-on customer service or you get put on hold, and they always play that little. Snap-on has always paid dividends quarterly since 1930, whenever they started trading publicly. They always tout that, and we both know how they actually accomplish that. It's not from innovation and sales; it's from screwing the franchisees. But we won't get back into that today. But Chris, real quick. As far as you know, you might know more than I do. Koken, every single thing they sell, they manufacture themselves, aside from the screwdriver handles and the wrenches that they used to sell that were made by Beta, right?
And I would also add their VDE tool set, the insulated stuff.
Oh yeah. The white covered sockets.
No, not those ones. The red ones, the insulated ones.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
I got a quick question, Chris. How are the swivel sockets going from Koken?
Swivel sockets. The impact ones you're talking about.
Yes.
Great, absolutely great. I think the broaching is very tight. So I guess if you're in the rust belt, if you're dealing with a lot of corroded, rusted fasteners, I find that you may have to, you may be fighting to put that socket onto that fastener.
Oh, it's really tight.
Yeah, it's really quite tight. Yeah. But that also means that your impacting force is being transferred without like all of the rattling that you might get with wonky tools, wonky sockets.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Have you gotten your hands on any of those new super shallow half-inch Koken impact sockets, the RSMS something 4400 set?
No, I don't have any of those.
Have you seen them? They're like that big. The half-inch.
Yeah, ultra shallow half-inch. Yeah.
I think they've only been out for about 8 months now. I think they released them in 2020.
Was it that new? I thought it was a little older than that. Oh, you could be right.
I think they released that and the Zeal. It was the Zeal free turn cross wrench. Those super shallow half-inch impacts, and one other thing, and I think it was like summer of 2020. And then new they've got coming up is the new wheel nut sockets with flat drive in them. The colored torsion zone, flex zone ones.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep, those are coming out. I think Coke and USA is already getting their first shipments of those, but that's all they did was they put flat drive in the end of it. It's still the same thin wall. And then
Right.
they changed something on one of the Z series spark plug sockets. I can't remember what it was now. And there was one other new tool or a revision. I can't remember what it was now. I've got the email somewhere. But those are coming out very soon.
So Chris, what's your favorite tool that you grab every day? Like as far as what's the favorite thing that do you have a favorite tool that you really like and go to and would like replace right now if you lost it?
Oh, it's a tough one.
Even a couple. I don't care. Make it as easy on yourself as possible.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen my Mary Tools video. I featured a decoupling plier.
The blue handle ones for the electrical connectors?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been trying to find those. I can't find them. Have you, but not to change subject, the KTC version of those, have you tried those that have the interchangeable tips?
Yeah, I have those as well.
Are they comparable, worse, better?
Yeah,
than the Mary?
Very comparable. The tool feels very similar, but I just always tend to go for the Mary for some reason.
Gotcha.
I know the KTC has interchangeable tips, 3 different types to choose from, but I find that I'm happy with the Mary ones, with the ones that they come with, and I like the grips on the Mary better. It's got a really nice texturized grip on it, hard plastic grip. Yeah.
It's kind of like a channel lock finish on the handles, right? It's that blue kind of dipped plastic.
It's actually not dipped vinyl. It's actually a hard plastic with a very nice, almost like a knurled handle. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Another tool, if I was to pick, would be my Coke and 1/4" drive universal socket. Yeah.
Single or double?
Making it tough. If I lost, which would I be more pissed off about? I'll go with a single. I've had the single for a long time. I have like 3 now.
Oh, really?
I just have him like on one of them. I have it on end of a snap-on locking extension. So it's on there forever. Yeah. Yeah, it's just super handy on a 1/4" drive impact driver. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see that.
Do you have the impact version of the double swivels? The 1/2 and the 3/8?
I only have the 1/2" drive impact double swivel in impact.
Have you had issue with like I've just got it like a week, 2 ago, and I was using it the other day on replacing the Hydro Boost on a Duramax pickup, and those are 15mm nuts coming through the firewall up around the brake pedal for the Hydro Boost. And like I could get it up in there with my Milwaukee mid torque, but then like when you go to hit the trigger, like it kind of wants to bind because of the 2 at the angle it was at. I don't know. It's good for reaching stuff, but unless you can put 2 hands on it, it's kind of a little unwieldy, I think. Have you had issues with it wanting to bind in certain positions?
You're talking about the impact?
Yeah, the double swivel impact joint.
Honestly, if someone asked me whether they'd recommend that, I don't think it's a really high use tool.
Right.
I think you can get away with some other way of getting at that fastener. Like you're saying, like it does rob torque because you got 2 joints in there,
right?
Especially at the end of an extension. And I've only used it. I could probably count it with one hand the number of times I have used it.
Right.
And frankly, I don't remember whether I had an issue with binding or not. So I can't really
Gotcha.
comment on that. Yeah.
I was kind of at full articulation, which is never good on any swivel or universal, because normally when you're at the full bend, it's gonna not want to articulate smoothly anyway. So that would probably a lot of it, and probably the fact that I only had the one hand on the impact and the socket resting on the nut with no bracing to keep it from flexing between the two swivels. That probably wasn't helping matters either. So I ended up just putting a regular deep well swivel mech on my M12 right angle impact and got it up in there and got it out. So. But I wanted to try it with the 1/2-inch gun first, just to see if they had the new toy. It's like, let's see if this will work.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to ask you that. Is it Kukin your impact gun, the green one or yellow one?
Yeah, the Kukin. Yeah,
Kukin,
the green one. Yeah.
What's the specs on that as far as torque and stuff? Like, do they even give you that, or is it just this is an impact gun, use it? Or do they even focus on foot-pounds breakaway like everyone
they're not like
they're always one up in each other. We got 800 foot-pounds. We got 1,000. We got 1,400. Like, how much power do you need in a 1/2-inch gun? Like, literally, it's like the horsepower wars in the 1960s, 70s.
That's the same thing Milwaukee does. Come on.
Yeah, and we're winning 1,400 foot-pounds.
There you go. You're just making fun of it, and then he literally goes, "Then we're winning."
Exactly. That's how you cater to American buyers of tools. It's got to have more power, more better.
Yeah, exactly. Got to go fast, and it's got to be the most powerful. That's is dumb American. Yeah.
It's got to have screaming bald eagles, an American flag, a mullet, and T-tops.
But I know there's nothing wrong with the mullet or T-tops, but I still have enough brains to know better that I don't need everything to be 9,000 horsepower to get the job done. You know, but I'll let Chris get back to the.
Do they even give you specifications on that impact, or is it just kind of like this is our 1/2-inch impact? It's a 1/2-inch impact. Use it.
No. Specs are available on their website. Okay. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I think it was something like 300, 400 Newton meters, which is
so
really not much.
But
I don't know my conversions to foot pounds.
That's like low end Ingersoll Rand, the plain chrome one. I can't remember the part number. The one that every single one of us have. You don't know about it's chrome, black handle.
400 is 300 foot pounds of torque. 400 Newton meters is 300 foot pounds of torque.
Yeah, so it's not a replacement for my heavy hitter. Like I got a Aircat 1150, I think it is, which I've used for a number of years. It's surprised quite a few people, like Snap-on. Everything's got to be Snap-on people, they've been surprised by this cheap Aircat.
I sold Aircat. I sold a lot of Aircat on my Snap-on truck. We carry it in our aftermarket catalog.
Yeah.
Right. Huh. And Mac Tools did too, I think. It was selling Aircat as well. Yeah.
Sold a ton of those. What's the Aircat? The what was it? 1301 or something? The really
stubbies.
Tiny. Yeah. I think they were like one of the first ones to come out with it.
Yeah,
before,
they were the first one.
Before not Sun X.
Before everybody else.
Astro, basically everybody else. Now Snap-on's got one. They come out with.
It wouldn't be Astro. Astro rebrands theirs. So do you know who Astro rebrands their air tools from, Chris, by any chance?
I can't think of it off the top of my head. I know I browse through. I go through phases of like going through Taiwanese tool manufacturer websites, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. But between those
they're
phases,
all getting them from the same place. They're getting them because Hazet came out with the new flexible one a day ago. If you've seen the Hazet, they came out with. I was like, wow, look at that. Astro came out with flexible, and everybody was jumping on it, and then boom, Hazet lays out theirs.
Right.
I think Hazet had theirs out like a month ago, didn't they? I thought I saw it a while back on Instagram, or is it more recent?
I just seen it on Instagram here today.
No, I've been seeing it for about a month, I think.
Oh, really? Well, that's about the
Yeah,
same
it's
time
been out
Astro
for a little.
released
It's been
theirs.
out for a little while.
I noticed that Hazet is very rebrand friendly.
Yeah, I think when it comes to their pneumatic tools, I actually don't even think they have any German-made air tools.
Right.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing, I don't think they do either.
Mm-hmm.
But Hazet is basically like the big hitter in Germany. Stahlvilla is more. They don't have a really. They have more of a full lineup, but they don't have a true full lineup.
So what does Hazet? Hazet builds a lot of wrenches and socketry and then they rebrand everything else.
From what
they've got
I
some
can
rebranding going. Yeah, they don't. Not everything that Stahlwilla sells is necessarily German-made either. They do have the Taiwanese ratcheting wrenches, which are made by Cabo. At one point, I even saw Stahlwilla locking extensions, which were USA made or USA sourced.
I think SK makes all the locking extensions. I haven't got to the bottom of that, but I'm pretty sure that SK makes all the 1/4-inch power drive extensions for like your hex drivers and all the 3/8 locking extensions, 1/4-inch lock. I'm pretty sure that SK makes all those for everybody.
You're talking about the ones with the slide collar and the detent ball with the stick that pushes back?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now, Stahlvilla's, theirs is a push button, not a slide collar.
That new one?
Maybe that's a newer one.
Yeah, it is. I've seen the new
Stahlvilla. Stahlvilla was push button. It's a green push button.
Yeah, that thing's retarded.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. Have you seen that Stahlvilla push button one?
I have seen it.
Retarded.
Yeah. Oh, it's like it's hard to push the button on it.
I've never had one in my hand.
I've seen a couple videos on them. They struggle to push the button. Not only that, it seems to me like I don't want to sit there and fight pushing a little button on it when I can grab a collar and pull it down and pop the socket off.
Right, the button does seem to sit kind of proud, more so than I would like. It looks like it would get hung on stuff rotating around.
Yeah, well, it's just it's. I don't think that it's. I think somebody tried to. There was literally somebody that was spending a lot of time on trying to invent something new, and they didn't make anything in that. But ratcheting wrenches is definitely a good point of interest. So I found out there's not a single U.S. manufacturer that does ratcheting wrenches and stubby reversibles. I don't know about straights, but I know in stubby reversibles there's not a single company that makes ratcheting wrenches. So they're all coming out of Taiwan. Every bit of these things from every single company that puts their name on them.
Now, wait a minute.
Snap-on
does not have stubby ratcheting reversible wrenches. They use Blue Point.
They've only got the flat ones and stubby.
Yep.
But they do make all of theirs.
On their bigger ones.
In the early 2000s, maybe Craftsman may have had USA-made stubby. Actually, you're talking reversible ratcheting wrenches, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Craftsman may have been one source. Yeah.
They probably got the parts though. They probably were USA made with globally sourced parts though. Wouldn't you say?
No, I think because at that point, Danaher or Isco had already bought gear wrench at that time.
Right.
So Isco had the patents or the rights to make them in the U.S.
Okay.
So yeah.
Wait a minute. Who owned gear wrench before Danaher?
KD's always owned them. They bought them in '96. That's when
That's
gear
right.
wrench came.
When gear wrench first started out, KD owned them, right? Originally.
1920, KD Danaher. KD has been around since 1920, and they were all the way up until they bought gear wrench. And why they decided to go gear wrench instead of KD blows my mind.
Gear wrench had a factory and was made in the U.S. I found that out a year and a half ago on a Snap-on route in Sumter, South Carolina. I was training a new dealer, and I was at the Chevrolet dealership, and there were several of the techs there talking about they were warranting out a gear wrench, and they were talking about how they were cheap Taiwan and they break all the time. They said the old ones we used to make in South Carolina didn't break, and they actually used to work at the plant in South Carolina. I don't know exactly where it was, but they used to. The guys working at the Chevrolet dealership used to work at the South Carolina plant making gear wrench ratcheting wrenches in South Carolina here.
I've never seen a USA made gear wrench.
That's what they claimed. There were 3 techs there, and they claimed that they worked at the plant in South Carolina and that made gear wrench years and years and years ago. I'd never heard
Well,
of
they've
it
been
either.
around since '96. I started wrenching in, well, I mean, I started buying tools basically in about '88. I remember when gear wrench came out. I remember when they started coming out with ratcheting wrenches, but I don't ever remember. I actually have the original set downstairs that says "Made in Taiwan" on it.
Right,
One with
as
the
far as I
little
knew,
plastic case that had the
right, as
little
far
deal
as
in
I
it,
knew, they
the
were always
display.
Taiwan.
Huh?
As far as I knew, they were always Taiwan. It was probably just some idiots, customers talking out of their ass, like we
Yeah.
normally see on the tool truck.
I don't think there was ever any gear wrenches made in USA. To
Huh.
my KD was. So if you
Right.
want KD gear wrench, and there was actually probably some gear wrench branded KD tools that were USA made because they were KD Danaher. Because I know
Right.
that like when they
Right.
were switching over, so that would have been where the misconception or the misunderstanding would have been.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. You remember I sent you a picture on Instagram the other day of that KD filler gauge that I found from like the 50s or 60s in my
Yep.
dad's toolbox.
KD was good stuff. I had a lot of it when I was, from when I was younger. I used to buy it at the parts store, and it was all
Right.
good USA stuff. I don't know how old are you, Chris? I don't know if you want to say or not.
I'm 41.
Oh, so you're just same age as me then.
How am I the baby of the freaking group?
You're actually the same age as my little brother be.
I'll be
Amazingly.
34. I'll be 34 in April, and you're both in your 40s.
Yeah. Been around the block, man. But you're a rare young guy that likes, that's involved with tools though. I mean, like, I don't know a lot of guys in their 30s that really even probably put that much effort into it anymore. There's very few guys that I know. In fact, we got a guy that works at the shop who's 32 and he really care less.
You got to remember, as I tell everybody, my dad was born in 1946. My parents are the age of most people my generation's grandparents. I had a way different upbringing and raising than everyone else. That's a millennial.
I need to share. Chris Miguel asked who the name of the dude was with no video. His name's Chris. I'm gonna put a link to Chris's channel in my description here.
Yeah, I was about to answer that when I just saw it.
Yeah, I gotta add him in here for you guys. For any of you guys that aren't subscribed to Chris, definitely want you to check him out. I'm sure most of you are subscribed to Mr. Subaru. You guys have all said hi.
What's that? Yoda Duck Flat Rate Master claims his are USA made. What, his gear wrenches? Anywho.
Yeah, when we think about what's that name that's no longer here? Oh shit, the name escapes me. Armstrong.
Oh yeah, Armstrong.
Yeah, they had ratcheting wrenches in the like mid 2000s, and they were made in the USA.
Yeah,
and because they're a company that would supply the government by contract, right? I think there's a stipulation where things must be made in USA. So I don't think they fool around with COO by putting in like Taiwanese sourced internals and putting it. Yeah, I think they were indeed manufactured in the USA.
I think that's why Snap-on still has the majority of government and military contracts for tools.
Well, Proto's involved in there too, but yes, Snap-on is definitely. So when I was selling tools in 2004, when I started selling for Mac, I had a U.S. government contract with the military, and that's why I left Mac, was because Mac and Proto wouldn't come together and support me. I had a $2.6 million contract that I was trying to get, and Snap-on won it, and I was madder than hell because no Snap-on guy even went to the base. I went to the base every day And I literally, like, I was mad. I mean, I was raging mad. I never got over it. And I said,
Franchisees don't deal with government contracts. It's straight
it
with
doesn't
the.
matter though, and I don't either. But the thing is I went there to the base to service the guys and would take care of any issues with that. Whereas none of the thing is, the military base, the Snap-on government guys are lazier than anybody, because they don't even show up half the time neither. So like the Snap-on guy, he'd never even been there for a year, showed up and got the contract. I was furious.
But they don't send dealers, they don't send mobile company stores or franchisees to the bases. That it's literally straight through Snap-on corporate in the mail and UPS.
I made a commitment and signed a paper that said that I was going to be there when I was taking the contract, that I was going to be there at least once a month, and I was there every week.
Was it for a specific base or what?
Yeah, it was specific base. It was base specific. Wasn't buying it for the whole, but it was $2.6 million for the base that we have here. And I was literally, so I did all this work, went to all these meetings, I spent 6 months working on this, and then I didn't get the contract, and all because they said because the Mac GSA guy wouldn't come to the meetings with me, because he refused to come to the meetings. He's like, it's a waste of my time. I'm not going to get the contract anyways. That was a $250,000 payday for me for making that deal, and I lost it. I mean, it would, as a new distributor, tool distributor, like my second year into my tool distributor, that would have allowed.
Oh, I think we lost CP.
That was unexpected.
He got a little too wily and cut himself off. There he is.
Yeah, anyways, I could hear you guys the whole time.
The government heard you and they cut you off.
Yeah, so I basically so that happened by the third year that I found out I wasn't gonna get the contract, and then the next 2 years was just salty. I was completely salty.
Looks like my TikTok video is blowing up again. I'm getting notification after notification. Everyone's got
25,000 views on it when I was. That's all it takes on TikTok. You can
so much butt hurt. All you gotta do is speak some facts that people don't like, and you will have a video blow up.
Would like the Armstrong GMTK. Yeah, Andrew, I would too. There's a lot of stuff I would like that I can't have. I can tell you that. But anyways, nonetheless, I liked Mac. I like dealing with Mac, but they've had a different president change since then. Being a distributor through them, it was fun. I'll tell you this much. I don't think Snap-on guys had as much fun as I did as a Mac guy. All the people I got to meet, but it was an exciting time. And we had Jesse James on. We had, between going to see John Force and Jesse James and all that business, I had a lot of excitement going on. So I got to do a lot of fun things. I went to every NHR race that I ever wanted to go to, and VIP passes and all that. So that was really cool. But
I got to eat dinner sitting underneath the space shuttle.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I would have liked to do that.
Snap-on rented out the entire Smithsonian Space and Air Museum for us after we had our SFC, our yearly franchisee conference / big ass tool show. 1 year it's in Washington D.C. and Snap-on rented out the entire Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, and they had like the buffet and the tables and stuff set up. There's like a damn what's the daggum F-71? No, what's the call letters for the Black Hawk? Not Black Hawk. Blackbird. SR-71.
Yeah.
That big SR-71 Black Hawk as soon as you walk in the door. And then behind that, it was one of the retired space shuttles. I can't remember if it was Columbia or what, hanging from the freaking ceiling. And like all the food and tables set up under the freaking space shuttle.
So the tool shows, that's a lot like what Chris was talking about when people go. When we had our tool shows like you had, the SSC or whatnot, that's when I took advantage of buying tools from the vendors directly and undercutting. Yeah, I would buy tools directly.
You went all robot voice there. All I heard was SFC. What was the question?
No, I said for the tool shows like Chris was talking about at the Apex and SEMA and stuff like that, when you get vendors and whatnot, that's when I learned that I could buy direct from the vendors. I was undercutting Mac by my fourth year, learned that I could buy.
Y'all have Tool Fair, right?
Yeah. But all the vendors were there.
Ours is SFC. Yeah,
Yeah.
like at SFC, like Snap-on would have the majority of the convention hall, and it'd be literally 500 84-inch Epic setup in one color scheme, and then all the tools would be set up on top with placards, and you go around and scan your SFC book and scan the tool and how many you want and all that. Then at the end of the show, they're like, "We got 500 freaking toolboxes, all the SFC colors that were used as tables, 50% off. Take them with you, load them up, and take them out of here." But yeah, we'd have Snap on there, but then we'd have like aftermarket, so we'd have like Night Eyes or is that right? I can't even think right now. The flashlight company is Night Eyes,
Those.
right?
Mm.
Night Eyes?
Night Eyes, they make like the twist ties,
Yeah,
carabiners.
right.
That
And the
company?
holster for flashlights is okay, like they were
Right,
there,
right.
and Induction Innovations was there,
Mm.
and what's the VMAX system? The people that make the brackets for drilling out broken exhaust manifold bolts. It's like
V8.
XX Max something. They would be there, and Streamlight, and like basically, if you get the aftermarket Snap-on catalog, the little thin catalog that's
Yeah.
like the supplemental, all those people would
Mhm.
be there. So like Columbia River knife, Kershaw knives, um, Luminex flashlights, so like all the cheaper brands we sold, like all those people, Pigmat, and they all had a little booth in the corner of like aftermarket stuff that we could go talk to. And then like Coast and Staples Promotions was there. You know, the people that make all the Snap-on hoodies and Snap-on T-shirts and Snap-on everything that's in like the 3-ring binder that the dealer has, so you can buy your caps and pocket screwdrivers and back scratchers and BS. So they'd be set up there. Like you could go buy Snap-on boots and stuff. LDV would be there. You'd walk in, there's like 10 brand new Snap-on trucks set up.
Yep.
Like they'd have, you can walk through and order you a brand new Snap-on truck and drive it home from the show. Like it was pretty awesome. You'd always end up going and spending $250,000 though.
I liked going and doing like what Chris does. I would go talk to the vendors. Like Durston was there. I found out Durston VIM.
Yep.
They're not a manufacturer. They're a distributor. They
Right.
don't make anything. I would buy stuff from them, and then I found out they weren't making their own stuff, so I went over their heads to buy tools from people. Let's see, who else was another good one? Oh, the guys at the Mighty, who was it that made the clip removal tools? Those were big when I was selling tools. Those came out for all your transmission cooler lines and whatnot. That guy that actually invented it, I was buying all those from him directly.
The
Mighty,
little colored plastic things that slip over and slide collars.
well, they're metal. They're metal ones. Jiffy Tight
Oh,
Corporation.
yeah.
So Jiffy Tight Corporation, the guy was there when they first came out, and I bought a whole boatload of stuff from him. I bought a couple cases of those from him directly when they first came out. 916 Ford spark plug sockets first came out. I got those directly from. I bought 24 of those directly from the people that were first making those, and I can't remember that company. It started making the 916 Ford spark plug sockets for Ford, and then Snap-on obviously started manufacturing them, but nobody had them when the Fords rolled out with the new 916 spark plug sockets. This was a genius move. Nobody had 916 spark plug sockets, so all these Fords were coming into the dealership, and nobody had a socket to get the spark plugs out when they had issues with them. It was fantastic. So yeah, I was
KPP were making them. They were 14 millimeter.
Well, nonetheless, yeah, there was
Is
a couple
anybody
things.
still watching this? I looked in the chat and I've not seen much going on. And
There's 48 people in the chat watching.
Okay,
People are listening because there's a lot of information coming out of here. We got to get Chris.
I was like, we're just sitting here shooting the shit, not even look at the chat and been paying attention to who's actually watching this or if they're paying attention anymore.
Is anybody around? I need a hell yeah for people in the chat. Come on, fire up the chat a little bit, get her moving.
I see Courtney's watching. I saw him coming with his SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah,
correcting
Dano's here, Andrew Scott. There's people here. They're watching. They're listening because this is pretty interesting stuff by realistic standards.
We're just rambling on and jumping from stuff to stuff with no rhyme or reason. People need to ask some questions.
Yeah.
Give us some direction.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Induction Innovations.
Yes.
Is that sold exclusively through tool trucks only?
Nope.
No, they sell direct.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I love that. That's one of my favorite tools. I'll tell you what. You talk about a tool that's under sold. I don't know why it's not getting big. Like I can literally get away with not using a torch so much now. With especially the new one that I got, the HP Venom is so fast. It's so much faster. Well, you used it.
All right. I really want one. I just can't. I don't deal with if I lived in the Rust Belt, if you don't buy it, you're an idiot. But I couldn't sell them on my Snap-on route when we were selling them because I think on the Snap-on truck, I think they were like $850.
Oh,
I think they're $850.
Yeah, when they first came out.
Right. And this was back in 2015, 2014, when they were still on, before the Venom series even came out. This is just the old stick, black and yellow hexagonal plastic one, the second version up from the PVC pipe. Yeah, everyone thought it was cool. I demonstrated it, heated up the nut and bolt, dropped in a cup of water, and they saw it sizzle. But I don't know. I think I saw it the other day. The HP Venom in green, the regular color, is like $649.
That's the one I got.
I think it's $649 on Amazon Prime.
I paid $550 for mine off the Cornwall truck.
Huh.
Nice.
I ain't seen a Cornwall truck in years.
I've never seen one in my neck of the woods.
I would like to have one. I don't know. It's such a rarely needed tool, but by God, when you need it, it's such a godsend. It's amazing.
Do you deal with a lot of rusty stuff up there, Chris?
In Western Canada, not really.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, occasionally there are cars that come from the prairies or the East Coast. So
you got a lot nicer weather over there than guys like AgTech 45 was up in Saskatchewan.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. There's part of Kanakistan that ain't got no snow and cold.
Say that again?
I said, wait a minute. There's a part of Kanakistan that ain't got no snow and cold.
No, that's called BC.
Yep.
British Columbia, It's the wet coast.
Billy Ray's up from that neck of the woods. They have pretty decent weather. It's crazy, man. It's over there because of the ocean. I'm guessing, right? Is why the ocean current makes it a lot more warmer climate over there.
Right, and rainy in the winter.
What are you defining as West Canada? Is that like Montana to Washington, above Washington to Montana, south U.S. side, or is it like just Washington West Coast part of Canada?
I'd say I could be wrong, but I consider west of the Rockies. So
okay,
I guess that would be Montana.
That's probably around Montana to Washington, right?
That's what I consider Western Canada. That's British Columbia.
It would be Montana, the very tip of Idaho, and Washington State, right? If my geography is correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Really, it's weird because Montana gets such frigid cold and snow. It looks like Canada, is further north you went, it'd just be even worse and worse.
Depends on where you're going. You're going straight up in the middle.
So you don't have like 10 feet of snow on the ground right now, Chris?
Oh no, it's just damp, wet.
What's the coldest it gets at? What's the coldest it gets?
Oh, we got the occasional snow, probably once or twice per season. Yeah,
like around 30s.
What's the high's been this week?
Whatever 6 degrees Celsius is in Fahrenheit.
Oh God, convert it to real temperature.
You're really into the metric system there.
Can't get away from it.
I need to convert because I literally seem to be talking to everybody from. Everywhere I talk now, I realize that nobody speaks American garbage. It's just like I'm like, why don't we just convert?
No one can convince me that Celsius is the superior temperature measurement system.
So
6
easy.
degrees.
0
42
degrees Celsius.
42
If
degrees
it's 100
Fahrenheit.
if it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside, it's hot. If it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit outside, it's cold. If it's 100 degrees Celsius outside, the world has ended. If it's 0 degrees Celsius outside, it's
That's
extremely
normal.
cold.
That's 30 degrees. That's like 30 degrees when it's 0 degrees Celsius. 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
32.
32, yeah.
32 is
That's-
freezing.
Tarek
Well,
is
it makes
right,
sense
yeah.
though. It makes sense though. 32 degrees is above freezing, so 0. So that's what Celsius makes more sense to me, because then you go below 0 is freezing, whereas we go 32 below is freezing, which makes no sense, because you would think
100
negative temperatures would be freezing. So that's where I believe that Celsius is. Huh?
Totally agree.
100
So simple.
Fahrenheit is what? 200, no, 100 Celsius is what? 232 Fahrenheit? Something like
How
that.
much?
100 Celsius, I think, is 232 Fahrenheit.
Probably. Let me look it
Right.
up. I'm looking.
Yeah, Yoda Doug knows. It's
Yeah.
more
Like
gloomy.
Celsius is horrible for like climate control on vehicles, because every Japanese car, I think climate control is like what, 50 to what's like room temperature? It's like
212
no,
degrees is 100 degrees
it's like 30
Celsius.
to 50, right? 30 to 50 is like the normal range from AC to heat. Chris?
I don't know. We've got from tools to weather now.
No, for real, like on a regular car, it's automatic climate control. Like the range of temperatures in a JDM / metric system car, it's what, 30 to 50 is like cold to hot.
That sounds really hot.
No. See, that's not. See, it's in the U.S. it's 65 to 90 normally, or 60 to 90 on a climate control. But Celsius, I thought it was like, or is it less than? Or is it 20 to 40? It's something.
Celsius would probably like 15 to 27.
See, that's insane range. That makes no sense. Like, ours is 60 to 90, and yours is like 3-degree range is optimal, or death will happen.
But it's not usually gonna. It doesn't. I mean, it's not gonna happen though. It's not.
It's like feet and inches and stuff. I understand why that's like ridiculous, and millimeters is easier, and just moving the decimal point and stuff. But like, I ain't learning all that. I know, I know I'm 6 foot tall and some inches. That whole meter sticks and all that, nah. Kilometers, nah. I just know that I can chop it in. I just know enough about kilometers to miles per hour to drive my sandbar in the U.S. That's about it.
Let's talk. I want to ask something to Chris, because Occupant asked me this, or asked me this question. He said he preferred which, when it comes to the ratcheting wrenches, because this is kind of I think ratcheting wrenches are one of the most controversial things when it comes, because obviously Snap-on makes a set of USA-made ones now. But honestly, when it comes down to it, Taiwan's obviously made ratcheting wrenches probably the most superior. Honestly, it's probably their forte. That's probably the biggest thing they sell out of Taiwan, right?
Yeah, totally agree. They've been.
I mean,
they've been making like. There's the inventor's name, Bobby Hu. He's the inventor of like the modern day forged ratcheting wrench. He's from Taiwan, yeah, and he basically worked for the company which Danaher eventually bought. It was originally a Taiwanese company that's been making tools from, I don't know, probably from like the 1970s, and which got bought by Danaher. I think it was in the early 90s.
Yep.
And so this guy basically invented the modern day ratcheting wrench, and the company got bought by Danaher. So obviously we all know that Danaher had the gear wrench brand. And so that's where the history really took off, or the name really took off. The ratcheting wrench sold by Gear Wrench to all parts of the world. So the founding father is a Taiwanese guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So but Taiwan's managed to hang on to. Oh, I lost Mr. Subaru. Taiwan has managed to hang on to the reign of ratcheting wrenches for nearly 3 decades now.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is pretty impressive that nobody has capitalized on that market except for Snap-on, which honestly, I do not like the Snap-on version. I don't know if you've played with them or not. I do not like the Snap-on USA ratcheting wrenches. They have a really small button that when you're trying to use them, they switch. The heads are kind of oblong, so they're kind of awkward to get into. Yeah, oblong, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah, I find that like when I'm in the truck and I'm playing around with their reversible type ratcheting wrenches, I find that there are inconsistencies.
Sorry, I was trying to turn my camera around.
With inconsistencies with the reversing lever.
Yeah.
When you compare it side by side with the ubiquitous Taiwanese ratcheting wrench, they've really kind of mastered it. Like you were saying, they've been in it for like 30 years now, so they've mastered it.
What's your favorite? Do you have like your favorite ratcheting wrench? Like, do you know what company builds the best? Like, so I'm really kind of stuck on these Facom ones that Mac. I'm really liking these a lot. I was a big fan of the Blackhawks, which were High Five, Tone.
High Five.
Yeah.
High Five makes them.
Yep. So do you like High Five, Cabo? I want to hear your thoughts about these different companies on as far as what you find to be the better manufacturer of them. Maybe do you have some input on something like that?
Yeah, I do. Like what Mr. Subaru is showing here of Tone's catalog, showing the ratcheting wrenches. Much of those are sourced from High Five. And as well as
they're pretty much the same as the Mac Precision Torque Facom 444 or 467 for the ratchet wrench. These are pretty much, we've figured out that's pretty much the same manufacturer, right?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Because the script in the ratcheting end, the arrow they have cast in there is identical on the Mac wrench and the Facom wrench as well as the Tone. At least that I've seen. That right there is the thing that tipped me off. That arrow, the double triangle and double line.
Yeah,
I'd love to try these. These are on my wish list too. The open end ratchets.
Yeah. So High Five again. Just to review. Yeah. So the Mac, the Facom, the USAG, the Tone that you're showing right there, among other brands. High Five is definitely one of perhaps the best. Yeah. Cabo is also another name that comes up. The dead ringer for those, the best way to identify those, it's pretty easy. It's the brass set screw that is on the side of the head, or the reversible types where the button sticks out on the left or the right side of the head. Yeah.
Now,
those are
Now, so I find that I don't like the Cabos as much. Do you so in FAR and whatnot, do they build ratcheting wrenches? It just, I guess I should wait and listen to you more. Do you have
the Cabos, like you said, or maybe you're referring to the reversible types where the button sticks out. You could, while ratcheting, you could inadvertently switch that button over to reverse, the opposite direction which you want to go to. So I guess that is a little bit of a downfall on those. But I find the non-reversible types, I've been using them for a number of years, and they're strong. They've been doing great.
Okay.
In FAR. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question.
Yeah.
These Tone ratchets, these are still manufactured by Tone Japan, right?
Yeah. They've had that for many years.
It's these that are the high fives, right?
That's correct.
This
Yeah.
compact 72 too. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the same ones can be found, or similar heads can be found in numerous brands. I'm pretty sure CP remembers. Sorry.
Yeah.
Blackhawk, Power Built,
Blackhawk. Yeah.
we've had
Power
that.
Built. Mm-hmm. And even Vera.
Oh, really?
Some Vera stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the small bit ratchets.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Yeah, High Five is very famous for their bit ratchets.
Okay.
That's probably one of their big hits, as well as their ratcheting screwdrivers. Yeah.
Chris, you put this on my wish list. The super stubby half.
I use that. I actually use that pretty often. Yeah.
That's the size of the 3/8 head, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, I was just about to order that. The Tone or whatever ratchet that is, the Blackhawk. They have a Blackhawk or.
Chris, you've got the set.
Yeah, I do have those. Yeah.
What do you think of those? They've been on my wish list for a while, but I'm not sure if they'd get in the way or if they would be helpful, being that they're a swivel crowfoot or a flex crowfoot.
Yeah, flex crowfoot.
Speaking of, you mean like these?
Yeah, the ones Mac has.
Yeah, I know the manufacturer of those.
These are the dynamic ones, but I honestly got to tell you, I just picked these up. These are another new one I got I bought 2 of them just to see because I was skeptical. These are the dynamic ones. Wow, pretty awesome. I wish I could show you better, but these are actually pretty well built. Not bad at all. Look at the head. I haven't been able to
see you for about 35 minutes, CP. You've been frozen this whole time.
Seriously?
For me, yeah.
Been fine with me.
Yeah, so it's you must be stuck up on there or something.
Tone does offer quite a bit. It's almost like looking at a Snap-on catalog. This picture that looks, you could replace that with a classic series Snap-on double stack, and this picture is almost exactly duplicated in the Snap-on catalog for their starter set.
So Tone is basically the top ratcheting wrench, basically, when it comes down to it. They build probably the stoutest, best ratcheting wrench.
You mean High Five?
Or High Five, excuse me.
High Five.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think their quality control is pretty good. Yeah.
I have a set of flexible SK ratcheting wrenches. People say about SK wrenches being built in the USA. I'm pretty sure my SK flexible ones are not built in the USA. I'm trying to look for them. I was going to go out into the garage and get them. They're locking. They had a little button on the side that was locking, but I don't think that. I think they're made by High Five. I think they've been really good.
CP, you need to buy
this. Is that the SKG Pro? SKG Pro ratcheting wrenches. They were made by Cabo.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to look. There were these ones right here. Yep, G Pros. Yep. That's exactly what they are. I got them in a set. Actually, I still have the case over here. I've had the case in my house. I drag it around, but you can't see them very well. But G Pros. Yep. I've got a full set of those. Huh. So they've been pretty good too. So I guess but most of my stuff was Blackhawk and obviously the Mac stuff. So I've obviously had
the Blackhawk ratcheting wrenches that you have.
Yeah.
At least the reversible ones, they're High Five. They're from High Five.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant that's why I've had really good luck with High Five. That's why I like them, because they seem to be like the newer Mac ones, which I don't have the Blackhawk ones anymore. That's what I started out with, and I thought they were cheap, and so I traded them off for Matcos, and ended up getting
a mistake.
Yeah, that was I'm assuming that Matcos are Cabos though too, but I traded High Five for Cabos, so I think I took there. But then I ended up selling the Matcos because they were junk. And I do have a set of Armstrong USA made ratcheting wrenches. I forgot about that, the long ones. They're ratcheting wrenches on one side, and then I do have a set of those Armstrong ones. But anyways, so who else? So Infar, do they make ratcheting wrenches, or is it just Cabo and High Five are the two powerhouses in ratcheting wrenches? Is that really all we have?
No. There's Infar and probably I would say 6 other ratcheting wrench manufacturers in Taiwan.
So what does Infar make that would be familiar?
Infar I've known since like 2010-ish, namely because I saw them offered by Dean brand, which is when I browsed through their print catalog, they sell wrenches and whatever socketry items. I noticed that in one of the series of wrenches, I think it was a double box wrench, they actually had Dean and Infar stamped onto the wrench. So that was a dead giveaway for me. And that's when I found out the Infar brand, the manufacturer, and then I started to notice when I went to their website, they have their trademark for their ratcheting wrenches, which is called Gear Tech.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you see, like on old Pittsburgh ratcheting wrenches, I think they, on the packaging product card, it said Gear Tech on them. So I knew back then that Harbor Freight Pittsburgh was sourcing from Infar. So
Infar's not that good at all.
at the time I've played around with them. I noticed that the ratcheting mechanism, there was quite a bit of play or slop in the gear portion. So I wasn't really too fond on it. Yeah.
No, I've stripped out a couple of them.
Yeah. Okay. But that was like years ago, and I'm sure they've gotten better. I haven't really tried their latest stuff. Like now they offer 144 tooth, or rather it's 72 tooth double pawl, stacked pawl.
Husky stuff.
Yeah. I haven't tried those, but yeah.
I have actually looked at some stuff on that 144, and that's trash. It's I don't
trash.
Yeah, I mean, it's not superior to High Five still when it comes to that manufacturing. They have stripping issues. They skip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
more teeth does not mean better. Yeah.
No, we're at a limitation right now. I think. Of course, over the years, we went from 36 tooth ratchets so we went to 10 degree swing to 5 degree. I don't know. I don't see it getting much better. When you talk about the difference between an 80 tooth snap-on, 70 tooth, 90 tooth, it doesn't matter. They're 88. It doesn't matter. They all try to put in more teeth to make them look better, but at the end of the day, I've heard, like, who is it that claims they got 4 degree arc swing? Somebody's claims they got 4 degree.
120 XP gear wrench says 4 degree.
Yeah, like 4 degree to a 5 degree.
SK's X frame is 1.7 degree swing arc because the 6 offset pawls apparently equate to 215 tooth mechanism. So 360 divided by 215 is like 1.7. That's how you get swing arc is whatever 360 degrees divided by whatever the tooth count is a ratchet. That's what your swing arc's going to be.
But you might get a swing arc. Have you checked your gear wrenches? Do they have that much of a swing arc on them on those SKs?
I barely even brought them out. It's very, very tight. They're a very.
I've heard they are. I've heard they can hold legit to it. So I don't.
They're a very odd feeling, that's for sure.
Yeah, because they've got. But the thing is they have the ability versus a ratchet, where you have paws on the bottom side of a ratchet. They have them completely around the mechanism, so it's a completely different design than anything else. So they could potentially change a ratcheting wrench to getting that tight of specs. I could see that, but SK hasn't perfected it yet, and I would imagine that High Five will probably take that design and perfect it and make it better. In my opinion, I could see that happen easily. And I don't know. What do you think about that?
Do they even need to perfect it further? I don't know.
Well, I mean, on a wrench though, on ratcheting wrench and you're talking about a tight spot, I mean, changing some of that BMW stuff. I've been in BMW situations or body panel stuff on German cars. Sometimes I could sneak some stuff out where I would normally not have to pull some other crap away to get to it. I guess I don't know. I mean, if I had a bit, you're right. 1 degree swing. Well, you're not even going to be able to move the wrench.
Yeah.
If you're in that tight of an area,
Exactly.
you're not going to be able to move the wrench. Yeah,
Looks
I
like
can
you
see
get
that.
one
Yeah.
more tooth.
The way they do that, the 6 offset poles work in 2 teams where
Right.
in the circle, there's these 2 are engaged. These 2 are a third of the way off of being engagement, and these 2 are a third of a way on to being engaged. So all you've got to move is 1.7 degrees for that set of paws to disengage 1/3 of the way, the next set to engage completely, and the next set to be offset a third of the way. And that's how they get the 1.7 and 215 positions, is called each set. It's kind of like how Gear Wrench cheats it with the 120 XP with their 4-degree arc swing, is they've got 2 paws stacked on top of each other and they're offset a half tooth each. So it's a 60 tooth mechanism that's half set. So 160 times, 60 times 2 makes the 120. And then 360 divided by 120 is 4.
Chris, do you know where this ratchet's made at? By looking at this design?
With 3,
familiar.
not 4, 3.
What brand is that?
That's a Capri.
Capri. I'd have to get back to you on that one. I have seen that particular circlip style being used.
Well, it's like the Matco, but obviously the Matco doesn't come down as deep as this one. This is actually an impressive ratchet, honestly, for the Taiwanese. I mean, this ratchet's extremely cheap, but I tell you what, it's not bad at all. I was impressed with it. I haven't used it.
It reminds me of a Duralast ratchet.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of wondered too.
Could be sourced from the same place. Yeah,
I should look at a Duralast head on that and see.
Chris, do you happen to know off the top of your head, I think I've asked you before, when Koken patented flat drive?
Flat drive. That wasn't that. Probably got that information somewhere in my archives.
I think it was somewhere in the 60s, 70s, around the time that flank drive was patented by Snap-on, was it not? Or am I off?
I think you're pretty close. Koken flat drive applied on 1967. Yes.
Yeah, so that's 65 is when Snap-on applied for flank drive, and I think flank drive was credited to them in 1966.
Flank drive patent 1966. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very close in time.
Mm-hmm.
There
was also Bonnie. Bonnie's Lockrite. Bonnie's Lockrite was patented 1964, and I think that was particularly for the aviation industry. Yeah.
Was Surface Drive a patent or just a series they made? Is this the list of patents or?
That is a list of
the trademark
trademarks.
Most of them have a patent behind them, though, right? I was just wondering if Surface Drive was one.
Say that again?
I was wondering if Surface Drive was one of their patents. I know that Snap-on offered something very similar to Surface Drive. I think they've discontinued it now. It was something during the 90s, early 2000s. It looks identical to a Koken Surface Drive socket, but they never took off. I was wondering if it was a license from Koken to Snap-on for Surface Drive. I don't know if they were the patent holder for that technology.
Yeah.
With the flare nut sockets that Snap-on and Koken both had, I've heard that Koken actually was the patent holder for the flare nut socket designer. Is that incorrect? If you know about that.
Oh, that is not something I've looked into.
Okay. I didn't know if you
mean these? You mean these?
Yeah.
I can't see CP because all I see.
JTC.
Well, maybe you should fix your internet.
What do you mean fix my
JTC.
internet? Are y'all, or is my stuff blurry? Can you see me
Yes.
wave my hand in front of the
Yeah,
Coke
we
and
can
catalog?
see you. We can see you. Chris can see me. All
Yep.
my viewers can see me, but you can't see me, so it's your
It's
deal.
your problem, not my problem. I'm broadcasting perfectly. Do you have a paper Coke and catalog, CP?
No, I do not. I asked for one, but never got it.
What?
Not from you.
You went like all robot voice, and then I heard you scream angrily. And then your screen flashed
think he
black, and now
said-
it's back to your frozen picture. What?
I think he asked for one, but never got one, apparently.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You didn't ask me for it. You asked someone else for it. Hell, the one I got is from the shipping department. It's got like handwritten notes and stuff and earmarked pages. The what? Bathroom break?
Yeah, when you've been sitting for 3 hours on a live stream, you gotta take a leak. But I said I asked for a Coke and catalog and never got one. Not
That's
from
right.
you.
Well, hell,
Yeah.
the one I got was from the shipping department. Like, it's got earmarked pages and like ballpoint pen marked around part numbers. This was I think this was Chris's actual copy in the office that they snatched off his desk and sent to me.
Yeah.
Not you, Chris, but Chris Catalano, who's their order desk guy.
So these
I
are.
really want these.
What do you think about JTC, Chris?
JTC.
Yeah.
That's a name that I've come across before.
Yeah,
I think they're also sold in Japan too.
Yeah, this one's Taiwan, but
Yep,
I got
yep.
these and I got these. I was dumb. I thought I would take a shot because I was thinking, maybe I would be all right. I think they'll be all right for what I'm going to use them for. I don't intentionally don't intentionally intend to use these on fuel injector stuff normally. It's going to be for brake stuff, but the dead giveaway is it says chrome vanadium. That's you know what that means. That's like the kiss of death. You bought junk when it says chrome vanadium, whatever you call it. But
Is it actually
these things
stamped JTC?
No,
No.
absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure JTC.
Whoever manufactures that just sends them off to whoever buyer.
Yeah. So Carnage Tools and JTC are kind of partnered up, I think. JTC is, I don't know who JTC is, honestly. I just know these are Taiwan. They say made in Taiwan, but I will never buy another one of JTC tools ever again. I learned my lesson on that one. That was an $80 mistake. I mean, I should have known when you got a set of sockets that cost $300 to $500 and these are 85. Like, yeah, you're probably too cheap. You're not gonna win that battle for $85. But I kept thinking, man, they're Taiwan. They're made in Taiwan. They can't be that bad. Oh yeah. When you talk about junk Taiwan tools, this is one of those tools that you definitely. I'll show on my video and talk about more, but once you get it under the close-up lens, sharp edges like these things. Literally, I could cut cheese with the edges of these things. They will mess you up if you're down there working on something and your hand's close to this and it slips or the nut comes loose. You're going to the hospital. That's how sharp they're, like knives. It's bad. No, they're not high polished. That's chrome, like I said, chrome vanadium. Whenever you see that, that's like the kiss of death for tools, in my opinion. I don't know where you would fall on this situation, but if I see anything that says chrome vanadium on it, I pretty much know that's junk. There's no quality there. Is that kind of where you come off on stuff, or no, not so much?
Yeah, that's sort of like something that you might find going into Princess Auto, which is like the Canadian version of Harbor Freight. It's like all you see is chrome vanadium and maybe like the size on it.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's what this is.
same feeling. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Doesn't have JTC or nothing. They're not even proud enough to put their name on it. That's how garbage it is. So I took a shot. I was curious. I got the dynamic ones, and I was absolutely impressed. So the set, these things are literally $53 for a full set, from 10 to 19 for these flexible dynamic Taiwanese. And these things are absolutely they're pretty well made. They're
Chris, did you ever
sweet.
figure out what this? I know you said something about the push-pull ratcheting wrenches from Koken, and so there was a
BMW
Subaru.
guys use them.
So it was a Subaru tech thing, and you never figured out what it was, or did you?
No, I never did. But thanks for the reminder. Maybe I'll ask one of the factory gear guys.
That was like one of the first comments I think I left for you. Was you were talking about the push-pull ratcheting wrenches? I forgot that Koken actually has these ratcheting wrenches like Snap-on and Mac have. I think everyone's got these double. Now, I've got some from the 1960s that are Snap-on.
Yeah, I call those.
What was the swing on those things? 20
They're like 10 freaking teeth, like 36-degree arc.
Nobody ever used them. I never seen anybody ever use those things, and everybody had them. You know, like going into my grandpa's shop. No, they were laying always all over. You seen the ones that had the like 20-degree offset?
Yeah. I have.
I never seen anybody use them.
Right there.
Yeah, those ones. Everybody had those.
Got some really nice tap sockets.
Oh wow, those are pretty sharp.
Yeah.
You got those, Chris?
Sockets.
No, not. I got adjustable size tap holder.
Oh, okay.
But not the dedicated ones. Yeah.
I'll be damned.
These are on my list too. The stud setters. You just thread a stud in here. It's got a ball bearing, so you can tighten it with a torque wrench or a ratchet, and then as soon as you go to back it off, the ball bearing instantly dissipates the torque and removes it for like installing exhaust studs, things like that.
Yeah.
Pretty neat set. They got several different ones going on, thread pitch and stuff.
Have you ever done a toolbox tour, Chris?
Nope, never have.
What do you have for a toolbox?
I got lots of toolboxes. The one at work is provided by the company.
Nice.
And at home, I got I'm envious of you guys who actually have a home and a garage.
Yeah.
I'm a city dweller. I live in Vancouver, which is like one of the most expensive cities, and definitely in North America. I don't have a house. I live in an apartment, but my mom's townhouse has a garage, and that's where I keep a lot of my home tools. I do have an older Snap-on box, chest, and a cabinet. I got some other vintage stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. I love the old vintage stuff too. I don't know.
Yeah.
My dad was never a serious mechanic like I was. I kind of inherited some older SK stuff, but as I got older, I've obviously gotten a lot more involved, and I'm way involved now, like stupid involved. Like what I do now is absolutely ridiculous. Like who has 150 ratchets besides me and Mr. Subaru? Like it's just dumb. Do you have that many ratchets, Chris?
No, I don't. I think Mr. Subaru wants to say something.
Oh yeah.
So CP, have you used these much
every day? Every day.
Love them.
Every day.
Awesome.
Yep. I love them. Those are the
Chris,
best things.
You got these or no?
I actually don't have those. I do
have
the magnetic. I have the magnetic one. Yeah,
right.
That one, and I also have the nut grip style as well.
The universals are phenomenal.
Yep. That one there.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah.
The nut grip one.
Those universals are so badass for having on. They stay with my gun all the time, basically.
Nice.
Who makes this freaking handle? I swear I've seen it somewhere in years past. I thought it was on a Stanley screwdriver.
Stanley.
The little bubble,
it's
nubblies.
Definitely the same. There's a Stanley screwdriver that has that exact same handle.
I thought that's where I saw it. but I couldn't remember. But it's like the little nubblies, the little rubbery nubblies.
They
and
have
then
that
they're like
exact
little.
same thing on a Stanley, what they call the yellow.
Yep.
I'll bet you I can find it.
So there was a recent discussion about those handles over at the Garage Drilling Forum, and I have a few of these Koken handle tools, some of which say on the handle itself, "Made in Japan." While
Really?
if you look through that catalog, you'd see some that just say Japan.
Right.
And
right there.
But if you flip through, you might find some that say "Made in Japan" in full. So I don't know what the discrepancy there is, but I can also say that there was a factory gear video on YouTube. It's all in Japanese, but they did mention about these handles, and they implied that they are actually CP. Those are different, yeah.
A little bit.
But that factory gear video did say that the Koken, they were implying that the handles are from Japan. But I think it's still debatable. I say that because there is a Taiwanese manufacturer called Lancer. Lancer has been a screwdriver manufacturer for, I don't know, a few decades now. And if you go to their website, you will, I'm pretty sure, I'll guarantee that you will see a handle shape that you have seen in your X brand. And it's exactly the same type of handle that Koken shows in their catalog. So it's debatable. I can't say for certain that the ones that Koken has is actually made in Japan or not. Yep.
Isn't that your impact right there, Chris?
That's my old one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my old impact, yeah.
I'm wondering who's buying this display rack with like 10 in each socket. Other than someone like me that might make a tool truck.
We talked about a lot of stuff, but pliers, Sonoto pliers. I've seen some stuff on those. What are your favorite pliers?
Favorite pliers. Good question.
They're pretty hot on the Mary brand.
Yeah, Mary's pretty good. There's Kaba. I like Kaba's old stuff. I'm holding off my judgment on their latest stuff. Let's see. There is Fujiya. Is another brand.
Fujiya, yeah. Oh yeah. Man, the Fujiyas are pretty nice.
Yeah, there's Three Peaks. Yeah, those are
the Snap-on come into play on any of those, or do you think that you're most of the brands? Like I would say, Fujiya is probably better than Snap-on.
But what about Knipex?
Knipex.
Well, yeah.
I'm pretty much sold on Knipex for flyer stuff.
The problem is that is there anybody that makes a complete plier line as big as Snap-ons?
True. Even though Knipex is basically just all pliers, they don't have all the pliers that Snap-on has.
Right. And I think Snap-on builds the most complete. That's the only reason why I buy Snap-on pliers is because I can go there for every one and I don't mix and match, which I don't know why. I think that's just me being stupid, but the cutting edges aren't too bad on them. I noticed that there is better ones out there, like the Fujiyas. I think they're a little bit better, and obviously Knipexes are pretty good too. I really don't think that the Knipexes are too much better than the Snap-ons when it comes to the cutting edges, but maybe that's just me. I don't want to flame any. I don't want to flame. I think they're equally. I think the Knipexes might be marginally better, but I wouldn't have any way of telling it. And honestly, I've never really tried it. But I'm just curious what Chris would think of what would you name, like, what are your best pliers or?
Let's see. I do have probably only a couple Snap-on pliers, pistol grip type.
Oh yeah, those are my favorite.
Dude, what do you think about the Engineer brand?
Engineer brand? Yeah, I do have a pair of there are screw removal pliers, or I guess you guys would like Larry
The van
Brockstrom
pliers?
was saying, van pliers. Yeah, yeah, I do have a pair of those. But I don't know. Engineers, not really a manufacturer. They
Right.
they
I
procure.
like the
Yeah.
naming on their tools because it's kind of just
Yeah,
what is it? It's like Pliosaurus or something. It's like a dinosaur themed or something crazy.
yeah.
What,
It's called Neji-saurus.
that's it,
Neji,
Negisaurus.
yeah, Neji in Japanese is fastener or screw. So
So that's the
Screwsaurus.
actual manufacturer for the van pliers and the engineered.
No, it's just their I guess
Take on it.
trademark name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Neji-saurus. Yeah, yeah.
Have you seen
Sonoda.
these nut grip glow plug sockets from Koken?
So Sonoda, you said, and
Yeah, Tsunoda. I've noticed that there's a little bit of exposure on the YouTube tool community. I actually don't happen to own any Sonoda stuff, so I can't really relate to those or comment on it.
pretty
But
cheap.
from the sounds of it, yeah, they for I guess good bang for the buck, good quality for the cost. Yeah.
So what would you say was your favorite? Fujia's maybe, or you got Mary?
Overall, I think Mary I've been happy with the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta try some Mary stuff then. I'm just trying to expand my collection, and I'm trying to pick your brain so I can find some different stuff that I haven't touched on yet that I need to try, because like I need more tools. Like, God, why would I need anything else? I mean, I only have like $150,000 worth of tools that, half the stuff I don't even get the chance to use half the time anymore because I'm doing more diagnostic. The sad part about it is realistically, these tools are actually becoming archaic in most cases for me, because I spend more time doing programming and diagnostics than I actually do getting down to brass tacks now. Just because trying to run a shop and help people out and whatnot, I don't have time to get into busy work because I got to run to help the next guy, because nobody diagnoses. What do you do? Any diagnostic stuff, Chris, or you do everything? You do complete?
Sorry, Mr. Server is showing those Koken handles that
Oh,
do
There's
yeah.
the made in Japan ones.
Yeah. So I don't know what the discrepancy is in the catalog. I know you have a newer catalog than I do, but yeah, same sort of thing.
Yeah, it seems it's the long handle Torx, the radiator hose picks, and the battery screwdriver.
Yeah.
Battery screwdriver, huh? What's a
They
battery
still
screwdriver?
they don't use sealed batteries in Japan for some reason. They still have to add water and service batteries.
Wow.
Yeah, if you need to I'm gonna send you some YouTube channels to look at. Look at the Japanese auto repair videos. They're phenomenal. Like they're still like there's so much mechanical in Japanese vehicles. Like they still rebuild brake calipers. They still like it's a different world compared to how we throw everything away and just replace stuff with reman parts.
We're doing like Chinese auto repair. Build it, buy it, throw it in the trash.
No, the Chinese still rebuild everything else because they don't have, two sticks to rub together, basically. If you ever watch, what's his name, Mechanic Steve?
Oh, yeah. You can't not watch Mechanic Steve. The guy's just entertaining.
God, what happened the other day? I think his mother's house burnt down or something. That's all. Or one of his employees, like family member's house burned down, and they're like having to clean out all the.
I haven't watched. I honestly, I have so much YouTube that I try to keep up on with people that I subscribe to that are deals or 72. I got some 72 tooth ratchets from Koken on the way. Steel series, yeah. Ribbed diabolical. Sorry for you guys. I've been not paying attention. Best impact wobbles. My take on best impact wobbles is I personally am a big fan. I actually really love my Cornwell ones. Snap-on ones. I like
swivel
my Mac
impacts?
ones. Yeah, my impacts. I like my Cornwell's Max and Snap-on. I don't have any Kokens. Yeah, the new Mac ones are. So the new Mac ones are the old Mac ones. That's what's funny. I actually have some of the Macs. They had pinless. Mac had pinless when Matco came out with pinless, and it was an epic fail. So they have these. They do the same type of pinless, almost like the Koken, except for it was 4. You know how the Koken wobbles have the pinless. Not the wobble impacts, but the actual what do you call
the universal joint is the hexagonal
universal joint.
ball
Yeah,
and
it's
socket,
a hexagonal, and they had 4. They had 4. It wasn't 5. It wasn't hexagonal. It was like 4 sides that they had on a pinless, and they would fly apart and murder you. Like I remember doing a transmission one time, and obviously I used my 33-inch extension on a 1/2 to 3/8, taking out bell housing bolts, and the thing came apart and about knocked me out. I had a cut down the center of my forehead, and blood just started flying right away because the end flew off it. They separated, and that thing was spinning at full lock, stock, and barrel. And I was so pissed. I should have, but Mac ended up getting rid of them, and they came back to the pinned non-collar sockets. Does the Koken, Chris, have? I can't remember. Does the Koken impact have a collar on it, or is it non-collared for the pin cover?
They do have a collar.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
That's my only problem with but the way the pinned universal joint is on the Koken, man, it's one of the smoothest, and they have a bevel on the edge, and so like that's why I thought I would like the Koken impact sockets, but I got to tell you, the collars on impact swivel sockets, if you get those things mixed up into something, you better just get it warrantied out, because I've had even Snap-ons when they had the collared ones. If you get a nick on that collar, then it just rips it up, and it seems like where the smooth pinned swivel sockets, they never get nicks in them, so when you're spinning, they don't. You know what I mean? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
The thing with the Snap-on, why they had the collars was the collars were press fit onto the socket just to retain the pin, and
they never welded them.
They were actually smaller if you compare them to the new sockets, because when I warranty them out with the new C model that have the pin laser welded in, they're actually chunkier on the impact end than the collared ones were, but you're not really losing any space.
No.
But you're gaining impacting force by having more mass at the end for the impact to turn. This is something real quick. The back of the Koken catalogs and the new catalogs, they show Koken's not independent, their in-house testing versus DIN, ISO, and ANSI. Is that the Japanese, Chris? I know DIN.
No, ANSI is American, isn't it?
International?
ANSI's American.
Yeah.
ANSI's American.
Yeah.
But this shows the strength for a 1/4-inch drive socket, and Koken blows away. 3/8 again, Koken blows away. 1/2 inch, Koken shoots straight up, and then for the ratchets, that's the Koken. This chart's a little hard to read the way they laid it out. I don't know why they did it, but this section is 1/4 inch, this 3/8 and 1/2. And it kind of shows, operational torque range you'd expect to run each component. That's one thing I found a lot as a Snap-on dealer is, a lot of warranties, breakages of tools for people using the wrong tool for the wrong job.
Yeah.
So many people don't realize that what the optimal torque range for a 1/4 inch and a 3/8 and a 1/2 inch, and when you should open up to a 3/4 inch is. Like, I had a guy that I rebuilt 3/8 inch long handle FL80 ratchets like every week for, and I was like, "Why do you keep breaking it?" He's like, "It's a piece of junk Snap-on." I walked up on him one day and I found out he was breaking freaking lug nuts loose with it. Like, he was jumping up and down with the damn thing with a 19mm socket, breaking lug nuts loose. I was like, no wonder you broke the damn
What's
thing.
wrong with that?
Right, exactly.
I do that all the time. Put my foot on it and stomp it. Most people aren't as big as me though, so I get away with it. I've not broken very many ratchets, but I know when a give point is on a ratchet, I guess. So I stop whenever I know I'm over that point. I know my weight limit or know my resistance breaking point. Anyways, so we got off. But yeah, back to the impact sockets to answer the question. I like the laser. I like the laser pin welded, but I would like to try some of the Kokins to see how I feel about them. So anything like Mac, Snap-on, and Cornwell are all the same as far as they're laser pin welded. You can take your pick. I like the Cornwell ones the best. I'll be honest with you because they have a. I don't know if if they're using a bluing type finishing, but I can tell you this much: I think they're the most durable, lasting ones because they're gonna wear a little bit longer. But people tell me all the time they're like, "Well, they're junk and they'll break," and I'm like, they're literally the same shit as Snap-on and Mac when it comes to impact. But then again, I'll be honest with you, when it comes to impact sockets, I never realized I've had Mac impact sockets for 20 years now, and I've never had a problem with many of them, like not even rusting. And Snap-on, that's number everybody's complaining about Snap-ons is they get rusty if they don't get used much. But Mac's Proto ones, they must use a different finish on theirs too, and Cornwell's the same way. So that's just my feelings on that.
I was about to say, we can all agree that Snap-on is by far, hands down, the worst as far as impact rated tools. Their finish is horrible. The fact that I literally have to coat all of my tools, all of my stuff, impact extensions, hell, even the ratchets now. I have to coat them all in. I take a bottle of motor oil and coat a rag and literally have to wipe down everything in the toolbox because the humidity in the wintertime is so high in the shop where my toolboxes are.
Yeah.
Like that they will rust solid. Yeah. But I've got cheap ass Silver Eagle Matco bottom of the barrel impact sockets I've had for 10 years and they don't rust. Harbor Freight Pittsburgh sockets don't rust. None of the Koken impact sockets I've got rust. None of the Mac sockets that are impact I have rust. Right. None of the Matco ones. Just Snap-on doesn't put that last finish on. They leave them raw. And if you notice, when you buy them, they're all coated in machine oil. You're supposed to keep them coated in machine oil, which people are like, if I spend that kind of damn money for it, I ain't going to have to do nothing to it but use it. I mean, I understand that, but there's also, it's the same people that don't wipe down their tools and say, well, you don't use your tools are too clean.
Well, I've noticed that my buddy, when we were working side by side, he always would seem to break Snap-on impact sockets too more than I did mine. So I don't know if just Proto's got a better manufacturer of that process or whatnot, but of course, like Sonex sockets work pretty good too, but the majority of my heavy used impact sockets were always Mac, Proto, whatever. So
all those Sonex 3/4 sockets I bought, no issues with rust on them either. Haven't touched them.
Right. So
I don't get it. CP, you need a 1-inch gas powered impact. I didn't realize Vessel, aside from making screwdrivers, they make gasoline powered impacts.
That would be nice to put on some people's lug nuts that piss me off.
Can you imagine working on an 18-wheeler or something with a freaking gas-powered freaking impact?
Hey, I thought you said Milwaukee built. I thought you said Milwaukee built the most powerful things. Liar!
What? I didn't say it was more powerful. I said it was heavy and cumbersome being gasoline-powered.
Yeah, that'll be the Milwaukee right there.
The railroad industry.
Yeah, for the railroad and for high-rise steel work. There she is.
That'll smoke a Milwaukee right there, guaranteed.
Yep, there it is in the railroad tracks. I don't know. The new Milwaukee 1-inch has got 2,000 foot-pounds. Let's see how much this has got if they even list it.
I saw what's his name from up there in Canada do a video, and he took off like 160 lug nuts.
The Boston Garage.
He beat it with a 1-inch air impact. He's like, yeah, but it weighs 16 pounds more than the Milwaukee and blah, blah, blah.
You ain't got to drag an air hose and a compressor behind you.
Or a truck with an air compressor and an air hose on it.
Right.
Like everybody's been doing for years anyways. You still have to
Not
take a
me.
service truck with you to fix stuff. So I mean, you're not missing out on much. Air's not going anywhere until they start running tires on. Until they start filling tires with tears of people
You were
or
about to say
something.
nitrogen, weren't you? I heard it.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to say nitrogen. I was going to say something else that would have probably been offensive. I was going to say tears of liberals, but I didn't want to be.
It's 1 o'clock. Nobody's listening anymore.
Well, I don't care about that stuff anyways. I'm not really that fascist.
I like the way Matco cuts back the bottom edge of the socket at the drive end. What? You talking about the chamfer at the square drive to put the thing on the tool, or you're talking about? Yeah, they got that little ledge. I know what you're talking
about. SP Tools. How much dealings do you have with SP? Because obviously I've been a fan of SP for over.
Check out that right angle impact.
Oh wow!
And
I really want to find out who's making these. I want to find out who's making these. I have a sneaky feeling that these right angle impacts are all coming out of the same place for Astro and everybody. Does anything out of here look familiar, Chris, on this?
Yeah, there are some familiarities for sure.
This stuff looks like Blue Point.
That's Sue Air.
The chrome and the way the blue handles are. It looks very similar to Blue Point stuff. I hate now that Blue Point is made in Taiwan and China when it used to be Japanese.
Right.
Well, that's because they had deals with SP Air and they didn't hold up with them. Snap-on used to do, because Mac was the first one to get with SP Air, like the flathead air ratchets.
That's definitely there's definitely a Blue Point that looks grinder just like that.
See, I'm not even sure if Vessel makes all of the stuff that you see there.
No. Vessel only makes the screwdrivers. I already talked to Vessel USA. They make the socket sets and stuff. Those are Taiwan rebrands. Yeah. The wood compote handle, little swivel 1/4 and 3/8 socket sets and stuff. That's Taiwanese.
Have you ever been to the SP Air factory or anything in there, Chris? Or seen?
No, never been. Let's see. There's several Japanese pneumatic air tool companies like SP Air. You've mentioned. There's Shinano. There's another one.
Yeah.
There's Kuken. There's Toku. There's several more.
I wonder if I can find anything in this box that gives away any info on this freaking air impact. SP Air has always been. I've been a huge fan of SP Air. They're just.
Chris, is there some kind of safety board like rules in Japan about putting the pins through 1/2-inch impacts? I know they got them in 3/4 in the US. You're supposed to run the pin in the ring. Like, is that like a big safety thing from like the Board of Health and Safety or whatever Japan has about pinning 1/2-inch sockets? Like, I never knew that was a thing other than hog rings.
Are you talking like 3/4 and up stuff, or?
No, I'm talking about like all the 1/2-inch stuff I see from.
Okay, yeah.
They've got the pin rings to pin them to the anvil. They don't really do with the hog ring.
It seems to apply to all the major Japanese tool manufacturers making impact tools.
Right.
They seem to come with the pin and the retainer.
Like even the 1/4-inch and 3/8 stuff too. Pin and O-ring retained.
I'm not sure what the industry standards regulations are. I don't know if it's company policy. Can't really comment on that part. Whether it's because you can order from Koken
the little speed clips.
Yeah, you can order those.
That's what I was trying to find real quick.
Yeah, like one time, I think the first Koken impact extension I bought, I didn't realize that you can differentiate. Was it no ball detent.
Here they are.
You can order, non-ball detented ones.
Yeah, ball detent,
Yeah,
node ball, or the actual pin that you have to use the tool to poke them with.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, they got these little speed clips and the special speed clip puller tools instead of a traditional pin and O-ring.
Yeah, those suck.
Yeah.
If I ever had to like work at a place that required you to use these things, then I would definitely go for the Koken ones. So simple. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Honestly, you don't
I
need
suppose using
screwdriver.
those would alleviate some of the rattliness that you might get from connecting multiple socketry items. Yeah.
I can see that with the pin detent rather than the ball detent because Snap-on makes those too, and like they do lock on. But I got it's a pain to change stuff.
Right.
This is interesting. The sleeve drive that is supposed to take all the wobble and flex out too. The sleeve drive stuff from Koken.
Mm-hmm. But I think that requires a certain pneumatic. Yeah, it requires a certain pneumatic anvil.
Right.
End. Yeah.
I think that's more geared for the assembly line manufacturing industrial side of Koken because they do a ton of industrial. Koken USA, I know that's like 90% of their business right now is industrial assembly line. Like they sell to Ford, GM, all of the auto manufacturers. They supply all of their assembly line tooling.
Right. That's their bread and butter, I guess, eh? Yeah.
So do you do a bunch of diagnostics? I don't remember if I let you answer that question, Chris. Do you do a bunch of?
Yeah, when I was working at BMW, yeah, definitely lots of diagnostic stuff on a daily basis almost. Yeah.
What dealership are you working at now?
Hyundai. Believe it or not.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I got laid off last year. And,
no kidding.
Yeah, a bunch of us got laid off. So anyhow, I have a job now, so I'm happy. Happy that I have a job.
How do you like working on Hyundais?
Simple.
Yeah.
You like replacing all those engines?
Piece of cake.
Yeah. Engines.
A lot of engine failures.
Mm-hmm.
I got a buddy that works at a Hyundai dealership and said they've been putting engines in left and right.
Yeah. Yeah, you got their apprentice pumping away engines day in, day out.
You have an apprentice?
Yeah, there was an apprentice, a couple apprentices in the shop. Yeah.
Sweet. That's awesome. I don't know what else to ask you. I think I've asked you pliers, and would you ever talk? You said Mary pliers. What about screwdrivers? Vessel? Is that your favorite screwdriver? Vessel?
You know what? Honestly, at work, I hardly ever use a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Honest to truth, right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, use the bits on an impact, right? Or you know,
or a drill driver.
Yep. Yeah. Drill driver. Yep. I hear you. Yeah. I mean, shit. When it comes to ratchets, a lot of times I'll take a ratchet, bust something loose, and then put the impact on it. If I can't get it off the impact, I just take it, and take my, flip it back and forth. I barely use a ratchet for most as little as possible, especially with the Snap-on long necks. It's just like
I'm pushing a button. I'm not working my hand back and forth.
Yeah.
Time is money.
Like if at my work toolbox, if I open one of my drawers to look for a screwdriver, I think you'd find a PH2, 3, and some couple small Torxes. But other than that, it's just bits.
Yep.
What's
your favorite bits? Do you like the Vera bits, or what do you think?
I got Vera bits. I've been very happy with PB Swiss.
Oh,
Yeah, TV Swiss is good, but I've also been happy with Koken bits.
Really?
Annex is another one.
Yep.
I've been abusing their Torx bits for all the years that I've been with BMW. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And cool. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What
And
is your long reach, the tight reach wrench impact adapter thing you use? It's not the American version, is it? You've got the Japanese version of it. I've seen it on a couple of
No,
Instagram
they're both American. Like I've had the tight reach.
Oh, it is the actual tight reach one.
Yeah, it is an actual tight reach.
Okay.
And I
you
also
like
have
that
another
thing?
one. As a tool itself, the build quality is crap. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like even though they call it they call it the professional model.
Right.
Yeah, it's really not. The build quality is really crap. But having said that, it's made me money.
Really? I can't buy one because I literally see people like fail on them all the time, and I'm like, and you're the first person I've ever heard say that they made money with one.
Oh yeah, I certainly did. Yeah, on a certain job. Yes.
One thing that I wish someone would make a professional version of, a rollator ratchet, like your long reach one that I cannot find. What was that? A Dean?
No,
your
that
rotator
one.
ratchet.
Wait, similar to the tight reach is a Blue Point one that I have. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Your rotator ratchet where you twist the
rotator
handle.
ratchet. Yeah.
Yeah, Stanley has
That's
one.
a Dean, right? But it's a long neck version, not like the stupid little short Stanley one that everyone's got.
Oh, I've got a great neck one that's long. Is it like your Dean?
I didn't know great.
I'm not familiar with the great neck one, but yeah, the one that you're talking about, the long reach one, that is actually they're all made by the same Taiwanese manufacturer, which sells to Dean and all the other ones that I've listed on that video in the video description. I don't know if
no, you said you got it at Princess Auto, didn't you?
Yes, Princess Auto is where I got mine. Yep.
That's like my great neck's a cheap off-brand one. And
yeah, that one's way better than the Stanley version, which has such a bulky head.
Right.
Way too bulky of a head, even in a quarter or 3/8 drive. But the Williams brand Williams is the company, a Taiwanese company. They make it for Dean and Power Fist or Princess Auto. Yeah. But they are like a unicorn. They're pretty hard to find.
I wish someone like Snap-on would make a streamlined, slim down, strong, professional version of one of those ratchets in a very long neck configuration. That I think would be a very handy tool that would probably sell. Something you wouldn't use very much, but when you need it, it'd be amazing to have.
Right.
Because I love the idea of it, but and there's not many things that would replace it and work the same way.
Right.
I don't know. I just wish there was someone that had very compact head, strong, professional, streamlined, version of one of those ratchets.
Yeah. But getting back to that tight reach one, I have a similar one to it, which is a Blue Point one, and that one is a professional grade wrench extender. I don't know if you've seen that. I show it on my Instagram, and as well as actually, I never had a YouTube video on it. I had an Instagram post about that Blue Point. Forget what the model number is, but it's been long discontinued, unfortunately. But that would be a good idea for a tool company, I think. Oh, I think Mr. Subaru's got frozen.
Oh, did I?
Oh, there you're back. You're back.
I switched tabs. I was trying to find the Great Neck rotator ratchet. See what it looked like. I have the old 3/8 Stanley. That was one of my first ratchets. I bought it at Walmart. One of my first I had of my stuff, of my crap when Dad wouldn't let me go in his Snap-on box.
And I used the crap out of that thing, but that was like when I was 14, 15 years old and just piddling around with shit in the yard, not really working on anything. I still got it. I found it the other day in a 5-gallon bucket. I like random Craftsman sockets and stuff when I was cleaning up in the shop.
Something that you can't throw out yet.
I know, I swear. I've got so much crap that I like just need to get rid of. And it's like, I'll just keep this random bucket of sockets I've never touched. Like, I'll dig through it every once in a while and they're like, oh, here's a snap-on socket. See, that's why I didn't throw this away. There's still good shit in here. I just haven't done through all of it. Make sure every single piece is like not name brand and like not just generic Taiwanese, Chinese, Craftsman or.
Right.
I found a Sears wrench the other day. I forged in USA Sears wrench, not Craftsman, but Sears. And I found a JC Penney freaking spark plug socket. Like I didn't even know JC Penney offered.
Oh yeah, I got
some
JC Penney tools. Those were some gems right there.
What was it?
I got some Sears branded wrenches that were made by KTC.
Weird.
Yeah.
That's like the vessel and cactus screwdrivers that Craftsman rebranded.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What was that other? There's another Japanese tool brand. I found them the other day. I sent them to you. I can't remember. Amolite. I'm gonna brain fart. God, what's the name of it? Allanite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found a whole set of Japanese Allanite sockets the other day in some of my dad's stuff. I heard they're no longer around, right?
Where were Allanite stuff sold at?
What now?
Where were Allanite branded tools sold at? Where were they sold at?
No clue. I found them in some of Dad's old tools. That and Jet. Jet brand.
Jet. Huh.
It looks just like an SK wrench, but it's stamped Jet in Japan. I don't know. All the old Japanese tools I found sold in the USA, apparently, because Dad wasn't buying them from Japan in the 70s, 80s. He was buying them somewhere domestically.
Yeah, there was definitely a time when U.S. companies were purchasing from Japan just because of the U.S. dollar being so strong, and I guess they're just looking to outsource import.
I think that was like in the mid '90s. I think the early to mid '90s, maybe.
Earlier.
I think 80s,
late 70s, 80s. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's the vintage it looks like. Mm-hmm. Have you heard of Allanite before, CP?
I have not.
There's so many. Like Garage Journal or somewhere, and it was supposedly like a bigger Japanese tool company or provider or whoever was providing them for the Allanite company. I thought they said it was a Japanese company.
There's so many freaking tool companies that have came up. I love it whenever like the next, like I call them the next generation of failures come up. I remember back when Monster started, they were a big deal, and they're already gone. Let's see on the companies. Allied, they left. Bench Top. Is it Bench Top or Bench Top? Yeah, Bench Top. God, how many how many names, tool names have come and gone in my lifetime in 20 years is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I bet there's probably 30,
Bonnie's
40.
Gone, right?
Yep, Bonnie.
Yep. Bonnie.
Armstrong.
I found some Bonnie wrenches today at that estate sale, and I thought about you because you'd mentioned it before.
The tool business is such a cutthroat business because they're all buying from the same people and trying to put their name on it, telling everybody they're better than everybody else when they're building the same thing, and that's their problem. Every time, like this is why I'm kind of liking Tecton. Tecton's very transparent, which for a DIY or whatnot, I guess and they're not bad professionally. I honestly think that these obviously their ratcheting wrench, this ratcheting wrench is probably a high 5 wrench. So, and the price isn't super cheap. $110 for a stubby set of wrenches is from 10 to 19 or 8 to 19 is not super cheap, but
Still
I
cheaper
think,
than Icon. I think the
yeah,
Icons are like 139.
right. But I mean, they're still in the same price range.
Right.
So, but I think that these companies, like, if you're not going to be transparent, I think the next generation of tool companies, you're going to lose your business because you're they're the honesty with the ability to look on the internet. Just my perspective on things.
Right.
Is the ability to use the internet. If you are literally coming out there and saying that you build a better product, and then you're telling everybody this is your stuff and it's your name on it, you know, hey, this is my bottle of chocolate milk and I make it better than anybody else, but it's coming from the same cow or the same dairy. You know, you're going to get burned.
You know why TPI is decimating the market with Milwaukee right now?
Because of marketing.
Because Milwaukee is a marketing company, not a tool company.
Yeah, it's 100% marketing. They are
Nobody can touch Milwaukee's marketing. They are fantastic at what they do.
Well, they're giving tools out to everybody. They're putting stuff up on all the social media platforms.
It's not that. It's the if you just go to each of these tool companies, just go to their personal social medias. Go to Milwaukee's YouTube channel. Look at the production on their YouTube videos and their content and their regularity with uploading and their subscriber count. Compare it to Snap-on, Mac, Matco. I don't think Mac has uploaded.
But they have they have a whole different market than Snap-on or Matco. You're talking about a DIY market.
But Milwaukee is destroying Mac and Snap-on in power tool sales and automotive power tool sales. They're taking all of DeWalt. They're taking tons of a big chunk out of Makita and DeWalt in the construction industry.
I believe the construction industry. I don't believe that DeWalt or Milwaukee's killing anybody in the automotive field. I mean, like, there might be some people
they walk all over Snap-on.
Yeah, probably on the impact side, but they're not an automotive. They're not an automotive grade tool.
We'll fight to the death on this. You're all about air, and I'm convinced about the M12 system.
No, it's not even about that. It's why do I have to put a rubber band to hold my battery on my Milwaukee?
I don't. Yeah. That's the stupidest shit ever. I've never had a problem with batteries. I haven't broke a clip off. I also don't throw my shit across the floor like half.
Well, I don't either. But my M12 batteries are coming loose on my Milwaukee stuff from me just grabbing it and wrenching on it and whatnot. They tend to get soft from which I don't use. I'm not using my ratchets anymore because I got the Snap-ons. And I noticed that right away. I actually popped a battery out before because I was grabbing on it. My hands were slippery and slid down the ratchet and grabbed one side of it and popped the battery right out of it. I just, which I'm not a fan of the Milwaukee battery stuff. What do you use for cordless stuff, Chris?
Cordless stuff, Milwaukee.
Yeah, well,
Milwaukee. I do use cordless, and it's Milwaukee. Yeah. Yeah, I've been using their stuff, I guess, since 2014 when the fuel 3/8 compact came out.
Yeah. How do you get along with it?
Fine. Been pretty happy with it. I haven't had any issues other than earlier this year. I had one of the LED lights for the power setting, the number 3 setting. The light decided to call quits. Other than that, the tool has been great. Yeah. Have the coordinates drive ratchet, cordless ratchet. I agree. It does have some flex, at the battery compartment area.
You know what I'm talking about when you're pulling on it. If you go to break something free, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, and the rubber grip portion starting to delaminate.
Yeah, but separate.
Separate. Yeah. I looked at Snap-on stuff, but it is a little bit pricey.
Yeah, it's steep. I'm not. I pulled the trigger because I got a smoking deal. I bought all mine for $550 for a 3/8 brute. and a half or a quarter-inch snap-on long neck. I couldn't pass that up with two 14-4 batteries and a charger. That's a stupid good deal.
I'm
And
not talking about snap-on ratchets. I still have the 14-4 ratchets, and I don't like
the only thing I
ratchets.
use for Milwaukee though is basically the 3/8 stubby. The rest of my stuff's Mac or DeWalt.
The 3/8 stubby, the new mid torque is amazing. The high torque gun, the M12 die grinder, everyone bitches about them. By God, if you use it like you're supposed to and don't just like put 10,000 foot-pounds of torque against the damn work, it's not going to stall out. I've never had an issue with any battery in it. The right angle impact has got a shit ton of kickback, especially my video on it, because I think my video is still like the highest viewed on it. It's not a tool you use every day. It's a specialty kind of thing. And there's not been a time I've had to use it that I haven't had it work for what I needed it to work for. So, it's not, someone asked me on one of the videos, like, would you rather have the M12 stubby impact or the right angle? I'm like, they're two different tools for two different jobs. They're not interchangeable words by one or the other.
I understand
that.
But
the soldering iron, I know you hate, but I love it. I've had no complaints about it. It does what I do with it, which is mainly GM instrument clusters and small gauge wiring and radio repairs on Subarus and stuff like that. So for that stuff, it's perfect for. Now, like I said, when I was rewiring the fixing the issues on the Duramax's Thickum wiring harness, that was like 12 gauge wire. It struggled a little bit on that to heat it. It took a lot of time to put the heat in it to actually blow the solder. But for like 14, 16 gauge wire, stuff like that, it works perfectly fine. Screwdriver, okay, I don't use it enough. The cutoff wheel, I really love it. That's basically it for M18, M12.
Do you have the soldering iron, Chris?
I really love their construction tools.
No, I don't.
All the construction tools of anything. But that aside, I was a Makita guy originally. I like Makita because a lot of their stuff's still made in Japan and not China, like Milwaukee. I don't like that Milwaukee's made in China.
Yeah, I was a Makita fan too, but I got burnt. You know what? Chris will probably concur with me on this one. When we first started buying electric battery tools, you would waste your money right and left by buying battery tools, right?
Sorry, come again? I couldn't hear you.
When battery tools came out, so like I remember the first battery tools like Nico was a cordless cheap impact, and Snap-on came out with theirs. I don't know. There was like cheaper impacts. There was they had like cheaper impacts, and then they had some like older DeWalts. But Snap-on came out with theirs, and there was pretty much the biggest. And then there was Craftsman, which is same as probably KTC did some stuff. I don't know. But when you bought those tools, the old 19.2s, maybe, what the heck were they when they started out? Yes, all the nickel cad stuff. You wasted your money like crazy. I bought 14.4 Makita stuff and got burned to the core. I bought in 4 sets of cordless tools. So in the time that I bought 4 sets of cordless tools, I've had the same amount of air tools. So I've been burned already.
I've already spent my time when I first started seeing the Snap-on truck. It was right before Monster Lithium. Right at the time Monster Lithium came out, I'd skipped all the NiCad crap. I didn't have to deal with NiCad. I dealt with the Snap-on brushless stuff, but then all Milwaukee, DeWalt, and everyone else leased brushless. So my power tool experience has basically been all lithium and brushless. So it's been all sunshine and rainbows. But yes, I do know that there was tons of money wasted on shitty NiCad battery powered tools. That the battery packs were ungodly expensive. They had no runtime. They had no torque, no power. And were disposable in 2 years' time when something new came out.
Heavy as hell. Yeah. So but the thing about it is you're still in that same category because even with the lithiums, they're going to go bad. Okay, you got a 5-year shelf life for a cordless tool.
Solid state batteries and sodium fluoride's already in the mix. Is it? What's the new battery?
So we're going to buy another line of tools to replace another set of tools. You're talking about thousands of dollars to do so. Versus air tools, it still will do the job. That's my problem. Is that air tools are still the air tools are still doing the job from 20, 30 years ago.
I don't like dragging an air hose. I don't want to about we're moving the air hose around the track of the car.
I don't either, but
I don't want to deal with water in the lines. I don't want to deal with oiling tool. There's so many. If I go to the junkyard, I don't have to drag a compressor and an airline with me. I put a battery in and I'm good to go. If I'm out in the field somewhere,
I understand that, but electric tools are convenience, not a necessity. Every shop has air.
Yeah.
Every shop has air. They have not built any new shops out there where they said, guys, we're not doing air hoses in the shops. Not any new shop that's been up in the last 365 days they have built. So for any new mechanic or young mechanic coming out there, I think it's always, they might as well have air because it's a good backup. It's the best backup you can have.
When I had my first shop from 2011 to 2013, there were I'd go weeks without even turning the air compressor on.
How did you run your lift or anything like that? You didn't have airlocks on your lift? You didn't have airlocks on?
They're electrical and cable.
Well,
and I didn't do wheels and tires, so I mean, other than the occasional top up tires doing an inspection or something, I'd go for weeks without running the air compressor because I just didn't need it.
Well, I wish that was the case for me, but the air compressor is used every day. Still, people always constantly coming in for air. Hey, I need some air in my tires or whatnot, and then we had the 4-post lift at my buddy's shop. His runs off air.
Bluetooth air hoses.
Yeah. Bluetooth air. Bluetooth air.
Bluetooth air hoses for most of my tool line.
Bluetooth air hoses. Man. Well, I guess it's still a debatable topic. I don't really care. I will agree. Milwaukee is the most powerful. That's all there is to it. But there's no doubt about it. I don't ever disagree with that. I don't really even care. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you're buying Snap-on DeWalt or Milwaukee, you're buying a pretty good tool. I don't think you're going to have anything that's going to hurt you. Are there any tools available as cordless? What about how did you do anything with an air hammer then? You never had to do anything with an air hammer?
Rarely. I mean, like I said, there was weeks where I didn't have to. It was not every week I was beating ball joints out or something,
Yeah. That's the other thing is,
Chris, the KTC cordless impacts and stuff. I've noticed that they're basically a carbon copy of the Infineon or Infinity or whatever the hell the Matco brand of cordless tools are.
Eh? Huh.
Does KTC does not manufacture cordless tools? Who is their supplier, if you know?
I don't know who their supplier is, whether it's Chinese or Taiwanese.
So Sealy, there's a Sealy or Sheely? Are they a manufacturer? Well, there's two companies. One of them is Sheely, and they do stuff with Matco too. But Sealy, is it Sealy? I gotta look it up.
You're talking about SHEALY, the people that
there's
snap
two.
on.
There's two. There's a Shelly and a Sheely.
That's right. Shelly's one that Snap-on rebrands their like Pitman arm pullers and stuff, and the Duramax diesel injector pullers and stuff.
But I've seen those same impacts on the Sealy site, I think. Yeah, Sealy. SEALEY.
Oh, isn't that tools? The UK? What are they? Like a department store? Maybe not. Okay. I could be wrong.
They're not a manufacturer.
I think you've seen that before on Instagram.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. UK. Red and black?
Yep.
Yeah.
But they have the same tool. They have the same impacts.
Yeah. With that upward angled nose cone and the same plastic. Yeah.
Well, see, ATD, Nesco, Nico, they back in the day they did the same impacts too, cheap impacts, and that's who I'm almost positive is the same company that's building these new impacts for Matco, is what I would guess. Right there, look at this guy. Tell me that's not a. Look at this guy, Sealy CP. Look at this fella.
All right.
for $102
Hmm.
or $120.
Kind of reminds me of AC Delco one.
Yeah,
Probably the
they're
same.
all. I'm thinking they're all made by the same manufacturer. Like that's the thing is because I swear to God, like back in the day, Nico, they made those impacts, and then ATD stamped them, and then Mac actually stamped them too. They were buying from them too. Mac had their first version of their cordless impacts, same thing, and it's just like every Craftsman, all of them had the same thing. They're
The
going through there.
9.6.
Well, no, they were 19.2 nickel cadmium. Back when you were probably still little feller. This is like early 2000 maybe. So what have you been like? What 11 years old, 12 years old, 13 years old maybe?
I graduated high school in 2005.
Oh really? So I guess you were
Yeah.
older than that, 15,
Yeah,
15 or something.
probably.
Yeah. So this was that's when the impact cordless stuff came out. But yeah, I seen these Sealy's, and that was definitely a Matco, the same as a Matco.
Hey, you
When I
can
was
talk all the crap you want, but the 9.6 Makita stick, those were some good tools. The big black stick battery 9.6 Makita stuff.
Oh yeah, the ones
Oh,
you
yeah.
jammed up in there. Yeah, I remember having a
Yep.
screwdriver. Yeah, that thing would run forever. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no.
My dad had
Yep.
plenty. Dad had like 3 sets of that stuff.
Yep. Yep.
Those
I
are
remember
still
the
popular in
broke neck
Japan.
flashlight with the black sling. I remember having that sucker slung over my neck, holding that joker all the time.
Really, those are still popular, Chris?
Yeah, in the Japanese, at least in the market in Japan, yeah, there are some users who still like those.
Yeah, there's an
Surprisingly.
adapter kit where you can rebuild those packs for lithium.
Oh, right on, eh?
Yep, you can convert those old 9.6 big stick batteries to lithium with a little charge indicator on them too. I saw a YouTube video the other day of a guy taking one of those packs apart and converting it.
Let's see if we can.
Still popular.
Yeah, I guarantee you, whoever's building these, I don't. So obviously, Sealy's just a distributor too. They're not a manufacturer.
Yeah, they're just buyers. Just buyers. Yeah.
KTC is doing the same thing. They're buying them. So it must be must be a Taiwanese manufacturer, maybe,
or possibly Chinese,
or possibly Chinese.
Yep.
If all
Probably more
these
so Chinese.
boys knew what
I can tell you this much: for what Matco's charging for them, you're wasting your money buying from Matco for what? Because there's guaranteed you can buy. You can see that was 120 euros. What's that about? About $100 US?
No, that impact?
More,
150 bucks, 160 bucks.
Right, and
Euros
Matco charges 350 for that same impact from them.
350. I thought Matco's new 1,500 foot-pound monster sucker was like $1,000 for the kit.
No, I'm talking about that 3/8 little 16-volt impact that I was just showing.
I can't see anything. You're still frozen.
Well, fix your shit. You're the only. I'm the only one that you're frozen to.
Well, fine. I'll leave and come back and see if that fixes it.
All right. Jeez Louise. I can't believe the guy was sitting there the whole time when I was frozen.
Yeah, totally fine on my end.
Yeah. I got 100 gig service here.
All right.
So maybe he's not coming back. Maybe he fuzzed out on his internet. But anyways, that's it. Matco, I think, is a huge ripoff for their cordless stuff.
Right.
I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. Snap-on's probably overcharging. Milwaukee's probably making a ton of money, especially if it's getting made in China. You know they're making them for dirt cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess realistically, but man, some of the prices on them were just absolutely stupid.
On the Matco stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, finally you unfroze.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Yeah, sorry, I thawed out. It's what is it, 9 degrees here in Iowa.
Let's see, it is 38 here.
Or let's put this in Celsius for anybody who wants to. That's like what's that? -9? Is that right? Would that be Fahrenheit? Negative? No.
It would be 38. 38 Fahrenheit. That'd be like.
No, it's 9 degrees here. I said I'd put what my temperature is in Celsius.
Negative something.
Yeah. Anyways.
Anybody still alive in the chat? Haven't seen much.
Yeah, they are. There's 40 people still in here.
Oh, wow.
Good night, Larry. Oh, Larry's taking off. Chris, what else do you want to talk about? Are you about done? You had enough? And
I just wanted to say it's pretty cool to have or be part of this community of like-minded individuals.
Right.
Yeah, so thanks for the invite.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely. I appreciate you coming on. I really do. This is, I don't know if I got everything that I wanted to get out of you that I wanted.
CP, what is it, 12:30?
Yep.
Chris, what is it, 10:30?
Yeah, 10:30 over here for
Y'all
me.
suck. It's 1:30 for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just absolutely a pleasure. You're a wealth of knowledge for, and obviously an inspiration for buying Japanese tools for me and Mr. Subaru. Definitely helping me. You helped me see a little bit more into the insight of some of the tool industry, and just, I guess maybe using the word dirty is a little bit brash, but or rough. Maybe. Realities. There you go. That's awesome. That's good word.
Unveiling the curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's tough. Well, speaking of stuff, here's Gear Wrench right here. I've been playing with. I mean, they don't make anything. Another company that's basically a sticker. Does the Gear Wrench even have a factory at all?
Yes, they do.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, in Taiwan.
In
Taiwan and China. Taiwan and China. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. If you look up Lee Way Industries, that's LEA space Way WAY. That is basically where the founder of the modern day ratcheting wrench, Bobby Hu, that's the company that eventually got bought out by Danaher. So they're the ones who manufacture the gear wrench stuff. But there's also a Chinese plant that does SATA.
Oh yeah,
which has Matco's logo.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Because they're pretty much the same. They were both under Danaher, right?
At least back then, yeah, like 10 years ago, when Matco was still part of Danaher. Yeah.
Right. They're now under Fordive unless they've been sold again. Matco is like the parking lot pass around of tools. They've been owned by everybody at this point. Like, how many tool companies, honestly, have they been owned by since they split from Mac? Like 5, 6 in the last 2 decades?
The reject.
But seriously, what was it? It was Danaher.
That was KD Danaher to Fordive, I think, wasn't it?
And
that's all I know.
There was another one recently. You said it earlier, Chris. Huh?
Yeah, Apex
Isco?
Group.
What was it? Yeah.
Apex Group owned them.
Yeah.
Apex was under Danaher, right? Apex was not a parent
that's
company.
the thing, though. It's that they were the same.
Right.
I think. Well, actually, I think KD Danaher owned them, and then Apex bought KD Danaher. So technically, Matco didn't. Apex bought KD Danaher.
Let's see. Danaher bought Isco. Isco was the company that was like making all of Craftsman stuff. Allen. What else was there?
Didn't Husky tie into that? No, Husky was under. Husky was Snap-on did something with Husky, and then it moved to Apex Danaher, didn't it?
Yep. Apex
Husky was the same line as Silver Eagle, because I found on Garage Journal there was some guy that was in Home Depot, and he found a bunch of Husky stuff that was double stamped Husky and Silver Eagle.
Home Depot is trying to buy out a lot of people, but yes, Apex, I'm pretty sure, was owned for a short while. Husky owned Apex, or Apex owned Husky for a little while, and I think Home Depot bought Husky back from them, or something happened.
Home Depot owns Husky now, right?
But they do.
Now, Lowe's Cobalt, they were manufactured by who?
By
Someone
Isco.
had them and they got sold.
Isco.
Yeah.
Right.
So now Isco is owned by Stanley.
Oh, wait. I think I got that wrong. Cobalt was at one point manufactured by Williams.
That's right, Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Williams.
Cobalt, right? Yeah, I knew that was it. It was not Husky. It was Cobalt. That's right.
Yeah. So
Chris,
now,
do you know? I was talking to somebody the other day. It was actually a TikTok where they had a Blue Point wrench set, and they pulled out a Craftsman wrench, and I was like, wait a minute. Craftsman's under Stanley and Blue Point under Snap-on Incorporated. I didn't think that would happen from the same. Do you know who does Blue Point's manufacturing? I know Baco offers a lot of the same tools that Blue Point does in the U.S., and I know Snap-on owns Baco, and I know both sets are China, Taiwan manufacturer. I didn't know if you knew which manufacturer, if you looked into that from Taiwan that did Blue Point and Baco.
What sort of stuff?
Like if you've been on a Snap-on truck recently, the 100 and 155 piece Blue Point general socket set that's in the blue and gray case, or if it's the Baco, it's the orange and gray case that splits in the middle, and the ratchet's got like the little rib for her pleasure kind of handle. It's got the little balls. I don't know how to describe the Blue Point ratchet. It's literally a ball, and then it's like 3 segmented balls stacked.
This is for David Chillits, right there. Husky subsidiary, Home Depot. Home Depot bought Husky. I know when was they bought Husky? Well, they introduced Husky was around in 1924, but Husky's an old tool company. But I know that Husky was bought and back. Home Depot is Home Depot is
name now.
Yeah, Home Depot is trying to buy a lot of stuff up. They've been pushing hard to buy a lot of tool companies up. I think they're trying to buy Makita. They're definitely there was some push with Ryobi too.
They can't buy Ryobi because it's owned by TTI.
I understand that, but they're trying to develop their own. They're trying to get their own house brand. So like Rigid or somebody, you know.
I mean, Rigid is their house brand, but I guess they want a full manufacturer control over it because TTI is manufacturing Rigid and Ryobi and Hart and Milwaukee.
They want their own. They want to own the company, lock, stock, and barrel. Yes,
which Hart was in Home Depot, but now it's a Walmart house brand as of last year.
Yeah, I just know that I've heard from people that they're getting pissed off because Home Depot's trying to buy. I've heard from different manufacturer companies.
Well, by God, they made record profits this year while everything was closed down. But Home Depot sure could be open, and Walmart could be open with 100 people crammed in there. But we don't need to get into that this late.
Right. It is getting late. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Chris. I really wish I feel like I didn't get enough information or didn't give you enough time to talk or get enough information, but whatever, I mean, it's pretty good. Probably go back and watch it again and feel like I talked your ear off, but it's definitely cool to finally have you on the live stream and talk with you, and hopefully a lot of the viewers and whatnot got a good earful out of it. You have a lot of knowledge. Definitely go check out Chris's channel, guys. Anybody that's still sticking around and watching, the 39 of you that are in here, appreciate any thumbs up, you guys. Sorry about switching from my live on YouTube to over to StreamYard to get him on, but I was definitely going to jump at this opportunity to get Chris on my channel because I've asked him several times and he said no. He was pretty adamant about not coming on, so the fact that he said yes, I was like, yes! So
peer pressured into it.
Yeah.
You need to write out a script of questions and stay on topic because we get all over the place.
I would have done that except for somebody kept asking him other questions while he would ask him a question when he was flipping through a catalog.
Oh yeah, blame it all on me.
I'm not blaming it on anybody. I'm just saying there was you and I are both overwhelmed because we both wanted to talk to him. It was really cool to have him on, which is really, really good. This is real mechanic stuff here. I don't know what to say. Like, as far as like, we're not out here trying to sell anything to anybody. Just give people the truth and help them out so that you know what you're buying, know what you're getting into, and you're not getting bamboozled by somebody, that tell you that their tool is better than the other tool when, in fact, their tool is the exact same with a different name.
It makes fanboys look even more ridiculous than they already are.
Well, I get called a bully because I say that's not true about something, so people call me a bully for that. When my word delivery is terrible. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm like, no, you're wrong. And then people you can't just tell people that now. You have to literally give them a blanket and a pillow and tell them a story, and then they make them feel good, and then say, "Sorry, but here's the truth."
I got told today that I was bitter because of me correcting the moron that said that Harbor Freight was majority shareholder of Snap-on.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
What?
He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you
Did you
can
see?
Google it. They bought majority shares of Snap-on in 2016. I said, you can literally just open Google and say Snap-on Incorporated shareholders, and it will tell you every single shareholder for Snap-on Incorporated in a pie chart. And the majority shareholder is Vanguard Mutual Holdings Funding. That is the majority shareholder. No Harbor Freight mention, and no whatever the CEO of Harbor Freight's name is, it escapes me. But so Harbor Freight's still privately owned. So Harbor Freight as a corporation is not going to be stockholding, and the CEO, which again I looked his name up earlier and I keep forgetting it, he wasn't on the list of stockholders. So Harbor Freight has no control or no connection to Snap-on. Everyone says that. It's like, you realize how many times Snap-on has sued Harbor Freight. Why would Snap-on sue Harbor Freight if Harbor Freight owns Snap-on?
Wow.
The only time that Snap-on did sue Harbor Freight, I thought, though, for the fact that they were getting constantly compared to their tools.
Snap-on sued Harbor Freight for their advertising, the false prices and false torque readings. They were not advertising the correct information. They sued them over the Daytona floor jack being copied of the FJ200 and FJ300 jack, and that was settled. Snap-on sued Harbor Freight, I think, a third time for, I think they were getting a suit together for the Icon stuff. I don't know if that's gone through yet or not, but they were going to sue them for the fact that the Icon packaging and the design fonts and everything were near identical to all the flank drive stuff. And then, of course, we all know Milwaukee sued the hell out of Snap-on and won like $180 million for the lithium battery deal.
I don't get that. How does Matco get away with it then?
What?
The battery deal. You think TTI is building
the lithium battery lawsuit between Milwaukee and Snap-on? Everyone thinks it's because Snap-on uses lithium batteries in their tool. That was not the lawsuit. It was not on battery power. It was the fact that the battery pack slides into the handle. Right. They were sued for the 14.4 stuff because it was infringing on the copyright of the M12 stuff.
So how does the Matco one get away with it? Like that 16
They pay them royalties.
What if TTI is building it for them?
If TTI is building it for them, then it's a non-issue. So that might be. I
wonder if that's the deal, though. I wonder if TTI is building. I wonder if TTI is building Matco's tools.
Look at Ryobi. Ryobi's the same way. The Ryobi battery slides into the handle too. It would fall under, but TTI owns Ryobi, so it's a non-issue again. So
I wonder if TTI is actually the ones that's building tools for Matco.
The only way to get around it is one, to have a slide-on battery, which, if you note, basically everybody is going to a slide battery. I think Bosch uses a stick battery on their. I don't know Bosch's stuff. I know they got like the Core 18. I think is their 18-volt slide-on pack, but then they've got a small 12-volt maybe system, and I think it's a stick battery that slides in. Either way, until the patent expires, if it is a patent that does expire, everyone that uses stick batteries that slide into the handle of the tool have to either pay a royalty to Milwaukee or to TTI, or refuse to, like Snap-on did, and get sued, lose $180 million or $158 million. It was an insane amount, whatever it was. Eric Schmidt, that sounds right, for Harbor Freight's CEO. Yeah, the Daytona floor jack thing was a big deal because they finally settled out because Harbor Freight countersued Snap-on, and then they divulged that the FJ jacks and the Daytona jacks were coming out of the same Chinese factory. The only difference was Snap-on's pumps were different, apparently, but I don't know if that's even true or not. Because Snap-on lied to us when it first was released. Are y'all still there? Everything's froze on mine.
Oh, I can hear you.
You hear CP?
No, CP seems to be out of view.
His camera turned opposite. Like, I don't even see the counter on the live anymore. I don't even know if we're live. I can't even open chats. I think we're just on a phone call right now. But yeah, Snap-on lost the Harbor Freight thing, and it was a big disaster.
Whoops. I got my battery died on my tablet.
So yeah, they ended up settling because Harbor Freight countersued Snap-on the jack thing, and they found out both jacks were made at the same factory in China. And apparently, then Snap-on said, "Oh, our pumps are different, and they're made in the USA." But I don't know. I don't know if I trust Snap-on on it, because when they released the FJ jacks, we asked them if it was made in the U.S., and they said, "Oh, yeah, it's made in Greenville or somewhere. I can't remember now." And then they came out after the lawsuit. Yeah, they're made in China. And if you go to Snap-on's website right now, if you go to store.snapon.com and type FJ200 or FJ300 and scroll down to the bottom under the specifications, country of origin is China now. They're having to admit that the FJs are Chinese jacks, same as the Daytonas.
Lovely.
And for it to be China, like, what is it? 78% of it has to be made in China or something. There's this percentile of overall componentry has to be from a nationality for it to be counted as that country of nationality origin. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought there was an American. Well, it's weird because firearms. I know with firearms they have to have so many percentage to be in America. They have to have so many much American components on it. I don't understand how this tool business works. Why we allow that stuff. So yeah. Oh yeah, AC Delco doesn't make any of their power tools for Matco. They don't make anything.
Hell, Delco doesn't make many of their parts. A lot of their parts are rebrands too. I bought a Subaru last February, and it had an AC Delco time belt kit. It was a Gates time belt kit and AC Delco box.
I thought Ingersoll Rand was making Matco cordless tools. Ooh, I don't think they are. I don't think Ingersoll Rand makes their tools.
Ingersoll makes some pneumatics, or did. I don't know if they are anymore. Like the TI series Ingersoll was the freaking Matco orange and black impact.
Right. Yeah, I don't think the new. I don't know if the new Matco impacts are actually Ingersolls or not.
I have no idea.
No idea.
That's the one everybody's. That's the one they're claiming with the most power. Which actually, have you guys seen the channel, Torque Testing Channel? It's a new channel.
Yeah, I saw a video or two. Yeah.
Yeah, they're showing the 1,600 foot-pound, which doesn't do 1,600. It is a powerful impact, but you know, once again, like everything else, they will literally tell you one thing and blow smoke and mirrors to, get to that number. We want to talk a number just to get somewhere.
Yeah, it's Chris, USA marketing, eh?
Yeah.
Or used to be.
You gotta have power. Ooh. Man, how come I'm not famous if USA likes everything bigger, better, faster? Well, I'm huge, so I should be like,
Chris, are you still pretty big on the Garage Journal thing?
I go through phases. Yeah. I was recently on there.
You've heard of Real Tool Reviews on YouTube, right? The channel that's been inactive for 2 years now.
Yeah, is that right?
Eh? Yeah, I know the guy started off on Garage Journal.
Did you hear? I thought there was talk on there about what happened, why he walked away from the channel. I've heard all kind of crap. I didn't know if you had heard more concrete what the deal was.
Like when he started off early in the beginning as a YouTube channel, I looked at his stuff. I wasn't really too keen on his stuff. Just seemed more like a salesman than anything. But as to why,
more Wilhelm freaking torque tester out of his mouth again.
Right.
So what happened? What happened to him?
He's got 120,000 or 250,000 subscribers, and he just abandoned the channel. Walked away after the Icon torque wrench versus Snap-on torque wrench video.
Yeah, but he's still getting views.
Right.
Maybe that's why.
Comments
if you
money, go to any of the videos, there's a comment from today. Like he's still actively commenting on everything.
Shut the front.
According,
Because he's probably making a bunch of money.
I heard he got found out for shilling. I heard he was a Harbor Freight payroll. Cause his last videos there, he like brought in a freaking triple bank Snap-on and a U.S. General and Harbor Freight Kill Snap-on, and then it was the Icon torque wrench and the Snap-on torque wrench, and Icon was so much better, and then it was the Earthquake XT versus the MG 725, and it was so much better. It's like, who the hell has a Skidmore Wilhelm freaking torque tester in their damn garage? Like, that's a probably $12,000 piece of equipment, if not exorbitantly more money than that. It's like, where the hell did you get this? Why do you have this? And what do you do for it? Like, it was always fishy. Like, he did the SK X-frame wrenches like 5 years ago. Like, there was so many videos that he did, and he has lots of views on them. And then all of a sudden, you just completely vanish, walk away from a channel, leave it dormant, don't upload for a year and a half, 2 years now. But you constantly answer comments and you're still active on Instagram. Something happened. Something's weird. Something doesn't add up about that.
Sounds right, eh? Yeah.
I'd heard from Dan that he got found out to be on the Harbor Freight payroll, and it was all a big Shazam. But like, who the hell is going to like make him not make videos? Then if you're a shill, you're a shill. Like, you're still going to make videos. Something obviously.
I just looked on YouTube. He's got a video, or he's got a comment 4 days ago. And it said, hey, any plans of coming back to YouTube? And he said, yep.
Yeah, big stuff planned. Yeah, he keeps saying, oh, I got stuff planned. Oh, I'm about to come back and this and that. He's been saying that for like almost 2 years. Like,
well, dude, he's making bank. Why would you come back?
I don't know. No, because YouTube stops, your monetization drops on videos once they're over like 2 years old or something. Your old videos don't make as much money as your more current upload.
Maybe he's making a killing. He's got like millions of views on every one of the videos.
I don't think that's it. Something deeper than that's going on.
Yeah.
Because he's got, what, 120,000, 150,000 subs? You don't walk away from a channel like that.
250.
Yeah, you don't walk away from a 250,000 sub channel that was getting millions of views and just like drop it like a dead fish for 2 years.
Maybe he's just a baller, and he did.
I don't know.
I don't understand what this comment is about. Man, it's hard to believe Snap-on is selling stuff with made in USA when it's from China. I don't understand that.
What the hell are you talking about? All these people with Snap-ons made in China now, crap. All this other BS floating around the internet.
I'm awake, Randy. Thank you, buddy. I'm awake. I just leaned back in the chair.
Miguel had a question from earlier. He's asking about a good choice of soldering iron, cordless type.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The floor jacks, yeah. The floor jacks was a fiasco.
Personally, my favorite soldering iron is the Easy Red one, or not Easy Red. What the hell's the Power Probe? Power Probe kit. It's like $50. Best bang for your buck.
Is it butane?
Honestly. Yep, it's butane.
I'm pretty sure that the Snap-on one, that one, and like 90%
that's a Portasol.
Ogilvy and what the hell was the name of the company? I know who Snap-on was made to.
Portasol, no?
It's a place in Washington State.
Portasol makes the Snap-on.
No, I know because I've sent them to the company. It's Ogilvy and it's two names. I know one's Ogilvy and Brumsky.
My Snap-on guy sells the Portasol one because he says the Snap-on one's too expensive, and it's the same thing.
For him, but the Snap-on one, when it breaks, I have to send it to the manufacturer direct. It can't go to Eastern Repair Center, and you have to call them and get a RMA number every time. I've talked to the lady every time.
Well, it's probably a Portasol, and that company handles it for him for repair work.
No, that's supposed to be. It's Oglesby and something. It's in Washington State.
Oh, I got you, Miguel. Got you. I understand now what you're talking about.
You're talking about the 4-jack?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I know. I'm 100% positive the Snap-on one's a Portasol.
Right here, Ogilvy and Butler.
And it's probably called a Portasol.
OGLESBY and Butler Limited. Google that. Weller also sells the exact same one. I just found.
Who?
That's portasol.com.
OG. It's OGLESBY, Oglesby and Butler.
Which takes you to portasol.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Well,
Oglesby and Butler is the one that puts the snap-on lettering on the portasol, apparently, because that's who I had to send them to when they broke.
I just said that. You're killing me, Smalls.
Are they made in Ireland?
It was Washington State. It was where they were. I was sending them to, where this company is. I don't know.
Okay.
Weller's got the exact same set too. I just saw it. It's the exact same.
The portasol one is a good one, but I've seen enough issues with it. But the Power Probe one, it's $50. It seems to last the longest, and usually you get a deal. I got a Matco one I bought. What a damn joke that was. That thing lasted like 3 months. I was pissed. I have to do soldering all the time, and it's just like, that's the biggest pain in my ass. You use them as much as I do.
What's the one Matco just released? Was it a cold?
That's the same one. Yeah, that's a cordless one. I haven't tried that one yet. I'm probably going to get it, but Cornell's got it, and they got it for cheap.
Dan had it up the other day on Instagram, and I immediately Googled it and found it. The Chinese manufacturer. It's like $20 to buy it from Japan, from China.
Is it? I'm out then. If it's a China-made one, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Yes, mate. Come on, it's Matco. You know, like 90% of their stuff's China, not even Taiwan.
Yeah, no.
Matco fanboys inbound.
If it's China, I'm not going to mess around with it. I don't know. What do you use? What do you use for a soldering tool, Chris?
I actually haven't really soldered at work. At least working at BMW, it was all crimping. Yeah.
I'll tell you what the best one is, honestly, is my Weller. To be honest with you, my Weller soldering iron station, that's my best thing. If I can take it and take it to my toolbox and use my station where I put it in, I have the gun, that's hands down the best. That smokes the Milwaukee, everything. But unfortunately,
by God, I ain't paying $600 something for a soldering station.
It's the best one though. When you talk about
the white one with the knob to set the temperature.
So I can set my heat on it and everything. When you can control your heat and do everything, it's night and day difference.
Is it Haku? Hako? It's blue and yellow, and it looks like kind of like a child's toy. I think it's Japanese. It might be Taiwanese. Yeah. Those are slightly more reasonably priced than Weller.
Weller's the best though when it comes to soldering irons.
Weller's German, isn't it? Or is it?
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. Actually, I've never even looked it up because I just knew that they were the shit. I loved it and it worked great, and I didn't even care. I've always bought Weller since for years now.
Don't know if there's been talk about just joining. Anyone know how warranty works for Koken? I honestly don't even know yet. I know that Koken USA is going to have a lifetime warranty on the majority of their hand tools, but I have not been told the mechanics of how it's going to work. I don't know whether they're going to send you repair parts or you have to send it in and get it exchanged. We haven't talked about that. I can inquire on it and see.
That would be a great video.
Yeah.
That would be a fantastic video.
We've talked about it, but we haven't actually talked about how it's going to function in reality. On your opinion, it was really worth buying them from Matco, being made in China, exclusive tools, special tools received nobody else gets. And tired of using butt connectors. Oh, Chris, were you at a BMW at a dealership or a BMW manufacturing facility?
Dealership.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got a big manufacturing plant here in Greer, South Carolina, and I got quite a few friends that work there, and some of the stuff they've told me about no starts and how they fix no starts off the assembly line. It's like, wow, people really pay $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 for BMWs, and this is how they're put together at the factory. I think they built the X5 there in South Carolina and something else.
I think a lot of the X cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do Do you have a Matco dealer, Chris?
No, not in Western Canada, but I knew there was a tech who came from Eastern Canada, and he had some Matco stuff with him.
Yeah. Do you have any tool truck, Chris?
Sorry, which one?
Do you have any tool trucks coming?
Oh yeah, Snap-on and Mac.
Of course, Snap-on.
Yeah.
Snap-on and Mac, that's all you need anyway.
Yeah, honestly, so this is a good question because right now I don't have a Matco guy. But Matco tends to corner the market on some stuff for exclusive. They'll corner a company, strong arm them into selling to them exclusively. They have a new ratchet coming out. They have a new electric ratchet with a thumb deal down in the bottom, like the flathead SB. So they're going to tell everybody how awesome it is when, which it is an awesome setup. It's funny because a year ago I was talking about that, like this is going to be the best. This would be the best electric ratchet, and it would be. It's going to have a thumb switch on the back. They're coming out with it next month. I've got a Tino, one of my subscribers. He sent me the meeting flyer from the Matco dealers. I have mixed feelings. I loved Matco when they first came out, but they were selling Armstrong, and now they've really went cheap on a lot of shit. But honestly, the problem is like Cornwell's picking up exclusive stuff. I don't know how they're doing it. It seems like Cornwell is picking up Matco's exclusive items only real quick now too. I've noticed in their flyers and whatnot. So I think you can get by without Matco
anymore.
I think if Matco disappeared, nobody would know the difference because honestly, they don't manufacture anything but a toolbox. So you would never, and honestly, I think if you had Cornwell, you could buy almost everything that you could get from a Matco guy between Mac, Snap-on, and Cornwell, and you'd have better options.
Like I was on a Matco guy's truck back in like November, I think, and like everything I looked at was stamped Taiwan or China. Or like it's like, damn, Bill, do y'all make anything? Sarcastically, because I didn't answer, But like the freaking Astro extractor wrenches, $450 damn dollars, and you can get them on Amazon Prime as Astro for like $40 for both sets.
That's ridiculous.
And then people are talking about Matco's cheaper than Snap-on. The hell it is. You price Snap-ons to apples, and they are more than Snap-on now. They have surpassed Snap-on and Mac.
Yeah, that's the worst part about Matco. This question right here is Matco. Yes, Matco's got more distributors out than Mac does, or Cornwell. So they're technically the number 2 company for tool trucks. But I don't understand why people are buying. Matco is just marketing better. That's all they're doing. Apparently. But they treat companies like if you talk to the companies, like if you talk to some of these companies that they're buying stuff from, their buyers basically treat the people like crap when they go to negotiate with them. They say, we want to buy this and that. They strong arm them. They like treat them like they're gangsters, basically. And you talk to these companies like, I know a couple of them that they've talked to me. And that's exactly what they say. They're like, Matco sucks to deal with because they expect the world like they're the manufacturer, and they're not. So,
did we ever figure out who's making the hyperstep bits? Like, I know that Astro we thought was doing it, but I know Worth has them out.
Yeah, well, obviously Astro doesn't manufacture anything, so
but
it's definitely
I've heard Worth doesn't manufacture either. That Worth's just a sticker company too.
Seriously?
Pretty much, yeah. Their tools, yeah, they don't make tools. Yeah.
Oh God.
They source from German, Taiwanese. Yeah.
So they're definitely being made in Taiwan then somewhere.
I found some generic no-name Chinese hyperstep looking drill bit set on Amazon Japan. I don't even remember what the name was, but I'm pretty sure that's who the manufacturer is, and I think the set was roughly like $15 US. And
wait, the Mac
Matcos were like $300 freaking dollars, I think, when I bought them, or $280.
John, I don't like those solder seal wire connectors. Sorry, I don't recommend anybody use those things. Those things suck. They do not work for me. Kimball Midwest makes hyperstep. They're another Joseph. Kimball Midwest does sell hypersteps.
They're rebranded.
They're another there's another sticker company too. Kimball Midwest is a dealer, not a manufacturer. So yeah, that's the problem we have with everything is when people don't understand there's a difference between who's making the tool
and who sells it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what everybody does. Oh, you can buy them from this place. We are investigating the actual manufacturer.
Right. We're sitting here doing the 1 a.m. Google searches down the rabbit hole trying to figure out where the hell they're actually coming
Cutting the middleman out. Cutting the middleman out. That's all we're doing.
Great question on Stifer bits. They're good, hyper bits, but they're good. And I found out they're only good for 1 or 2 times. I spent the extra money and bought the Cobalt version instead of the freaking high speed steel. And yeah, like I found after a couple holes, they don't cut quite as well.
Yeah, it is. Joe, that's what I'm telling you. Everything is rebranded. You're getting it now. That's exactly. Congratulations. We're getting somewhere now. Damn it, everything's rebranded.
We red pilled another one.
Diabolical. I've had good luck with them, but I've not had good luck. Like I wouldn't trust them on. You're building high end cars, so you would know. But I tell you what, I literally solder. Soldering is still the king. That's all my. That's my input
what
on it.
About solderless connectors.
Yeah, they're solder seal connectors. You put them on like heat shrink, and they melt solder onto the wire. Bye, Mr. Subaru. See you later. I don't know how to get them back now either.
I've never used those either.
The solder seals.
No, yeah.
I used them. You gotta. Sometimes I've had the heat melt on them. Which in cases I've heard they work. Don't get me wrong. Like I could see where John. You know what? And if you got patience, probably going to help you out a little bit more. But when you're talking about me, where I'm a guy that's go 110 mile an hour all the time, it's easier for me to solder. I'm sitting there and I'm not wasting my time on trying to do that. So let me see if I can find out where it is. I got to see if we can get. I got to find out if I can get Mr. Subaru. Can you see him sitting down there in the box?
No, not on my end.
I'm on my damn phone screen, and it's smaller, so I don't know. Well, it says 2 guests. Oh, there he is. I got him.
I've been sitting here waiting.
I'm on my phone, and I've never added people to my phone before, so I didn't know how I could see you.
For some reason, my browser crashed. Like when you started talking about the solderless connection, I was like, "What the hell?" It just knocked me out completely. Like Chrome closed out or something. I don't know.
Exactly. They're tricky with a torch, so you don't burn it through. Yeah,
exactly.
I use a heat gun. I try to use a heat gun if I use those, but I didn't like it. Look at this, Joseph. I've been buying a bit more Mac lately. Their prices are Mac has been reasonable for rebrand. I think they're closer to market value for the rebrand when they have their rebrand stuff. That's why I like Mac, because they're not overcharging for their name. Matco is definitely selling their name like they're Snap-on. I don't know what it is with those guys. They literally think they've got gold, and I'm just like, dude, you kidding me? You literally sell a gear wrench ratchet basically, and you're
of the 3, Mac has the best BOGOs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Mac's got the best flyers coming out. There's no doubt about it.
They sell the same shit every month, every year. Like they need to throw some different stuff in the mix. Snap-on's horrible about that. They never gave us good BOGOs.
They do change. They change it up every 2 years. It's all dependent on what they buy. They buy 2 years in advance too. Like I don't know if you knew when Snap-on, they build stuff like that too. When you were selling for Snap-on, like Mac does that too. Like Mac's going to be the next 2 years going to be the big push is their new torque wrench, which is pretty badass. So their new torque wrench is Bluetooth enabled, and it sets up patterns. So like you can do your angles on different head bolts and set it all up. So then you just go through and bam, 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 bam. You know, like you can do everything and not have to reset your torques. It'll automatically do it for you. And then it keeps and stores everything on your tablet.
My dealer had one the other day. I don't like the fact it's a rechargeable lithium cell because I'd rather just put AA's in it, because if my battery dies when I'm building an engine, I don't want to sit there and wait for 3 hours for my torque wrench to charge up when I can just drop batteries in it.
Look at this. We got Pat. Oh, Sirik. Who's this? Is this new? Is this one of your buddies, Chris? That's new.
I think I've seen him. Oh, sorry, one of his comments in one of my videos. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen him before. So, hello, welcome to the channel. Pat
From
Lick, we got
vacation
from
in
Cambodia. Still on vacation in Cambodia. This guy dropped by all the time. Pat Lick, pretty awesome. We are worldwide, bro. We're worldwide here.
Mac Flyer number 2 was a big flop. I didn't like anything in it. You're right on that, Joseph.
Yeah,
no good deals.
Flyer 3 you'll like better.
Quit daggum milking it. Film the video already and put it up there, Bo.
I gotta wait and put it out there at just the right time.
Oh wait, I already saw Flyer Free. Never mind. My dealer had it the other day, and I looked. I'm already getting the SAE swivel impacts with the locking impact extensions. I got that deal set.
Yeah,
there was a couple of good buys in that one. I forgot I looked at that the other week.
Well, why didn't you?
I got that insider. I got that insider information too. Yeah.
Well, I got mine downloaded on PDF.
I got paper copy from the printer.
You want July's? You want July's, August, September's?
Sure. Send me all of 2021 so I can plan out my tool hoarding accordingly.
It's kind of nice. I'll be honest with you, because that way you know what you're going to buy for the year. I'm not gonna lie to you. When you're like, no, you don't want to buy this from Snap-on when you know you got that. You know, but then you'd want to just plan ahead for all this. Waiting for the anti-vibes. They were already on sale, Joseph Benjamin. I bought every set they had of anti-vibes.
That was what, November?
Yeah.
Or December? November, yeah. October? It's been a while.
Yeah. I'm not dogging on Mako. I still like Mako. Nothing better than drinking coffee and watching CP. There's my buddy Speedster from Romania. So we got Romania, Cambodia, Canada.
Nice.
What do you think about that? Speedster's hilarious. One of these days, Speedster, I'm going to have you on my live stream, and we're just going to have fun and talk. This guy's hilarious. He has his robe and his cigarette, and he's smoking, drinking vodka. He's like, I don't know what you do. In my country, I am Russian hero. He's awesome. I love Speedster.
People were joking about you sleeping earlier. I've literally been laying in bed the entire time.
Oh man, that's like old who was it? MD Lee. He used to do that.
What, lay in bed on live stream?
Yeah, I got to get off here. Chris wants to get going too. We've talked his head off. I appreciate you coming on, and I got to let Mr. Subaru go, and we got to get off. It's been 4 hours. 4-hour live stream, 5 hours plus the other one, so 5-hour live stream. But yeah. Anyways.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys.
I can't help it. It was awesome having you on, Chris. Once again, I appreciate you for giving me open mind. Maybe one of these days I will get to go to Japan when you're around there and you can show me around. I would love to go. After looking at Taiwan and Japan, I am super infatuated with it's an awesome culture. Great to, just everything that people do. I like it. I don't know what to say. I don't have the words, but it's pretty cool. Like, it's just, and it's really cool to watch your videos and listen to your stories about going to Osaka and, Okinawa or not Okinawa, but Osaka and wherever. I don't, I'm thinking of Karate Kid now. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at pronunciations and words and stuff like that. My video is more about hype and, just laughing, joking around and having fun. So
I like your style, CP.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody's got their own, right?
Yeah.
So
keep doing our own thing.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So
don't forget a Ric Flair woo.
Yeah. I don't even really think I was doing a Ric Flair woo. I'm just doing a woo. Woo! It's me getting excited.
Well, see, I'm right below North Carolina, and Ric Flair was from North Carolina, so like everybody, that's like the Ric Flair thing, the woo.
That's got to be annoying. That's got to be super annoying to listen to me every time. Then
no, that's what pops in my head every time is Ric Flair. Every time you do that, because like literally his dog, my buddy worked at a shop really close by, and he worked on Ric Flair's daughter's Hummer back in the day. Like,
yeah.
Ric
I've
Flair
never
did
been.
Bojangles commercials. I say Bojangles. Y'all don't have a damn clue what Bojangles is, do you?
I do. It's a
Oh, you do?
restaurant.
You
I've
know what
been to Myrtle
Bojangles is?
Beach.
I
I've
don't
been to
think
Myrtle
Chris knows
Beach.
what Bojangles is.
I've been to Crystal's, Bojangles. I bet when you talk about food, man, I'm pretty culturally diverse. So come on.
You got the road traveling. Chris,
Yeah.
have you
Oh
ever
yeah.
heard of Bojangles?
No, I never have.
I figure not in Canada.
Canada.
How many different ways can I say Canada without saying it correctly? Kanakastan's my favorite.
Kanakistan.
Kanakistan. Welcome to Kanakistan.
I think
Right,
I got
guys.
that. I think I stole that from AVE though. I think he calls it
Yeah.
Kanakistan. I love AVE.
That guy.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, appreciate you guys coming on once again, Chris. Huge thank you to you. I absolutely super pumped to have you on. I feel like I literally was blessed with greatness there. So, and Mr. Subaru always feel like I'm blessed when he comes on. You know, between you two guys, I literally could not talk, and you guys make me look good. So, so
Sweet.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate you. Have a
See you
good night,
again.
guys. Remember to go check out Chris Toss's channel, Mr. Subaru. Great channels. You guys want to learn some more stuff about those guys? Definitely check them out. So appreciate you guys.
Some Vessel screwdrivers.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
All right.
Mr. Subaru. Vessel screwdrivers. You need to go over there for his giveaway. Don't forget that. I forgot about that. I need to share that. I'll put that on my community page.
Screwdrivers.
I'll put it on my community page. So thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate you. Bye.
Good night.